It was the first time Yuanxiao had used the Star Slasher since he was reborn. Unfortunately, it was too weak to support the ultimate evolution, but it was more than enough to kill Michael. After one move, he was completely exhausted and directly returned to the secret room to recuperate. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Liao Yongbing paced back and forth in front of the secret chamber. He wanted to knock on the door several times, but he held back. It was not until Yuanxiao called him in that he dared to push the door open and walk in. Yuanxiao's face was pale, and his body was shrouded in a layer of primordial qi. He was holding 2 primordial cores in his hands and absorbing them, just as he had expected. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while, as if waiting for the other to speak. "Do you have thousands of doubts in your heart, but you don't know how to ask them?" Yuanxiao said with a smile. Liao Yongbing smiled bitterly. This man not only had shocking strength, but he was also as meticulous as he was. As long as he didn't die too early, he would definitely be the future overlord of the world. He sighed and said, Liao Yongbing, can be considered to be extremely talented. I've been proud of myself for being able to reach the realm of a 5-star martial sovereign without any background from a major force. Now, I know that I'm still shallow. Lord Yongbing, you don't have to be so modest, Yuanxiao said. Your talent and opportunity are indeed 1 in a million. It is very likely that you will become a high-level martial supreme in the future. Thank you for your kind words, young Master Yuanxiao. Liao Yongbing quickly bowed and said, You didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Yuanxiao asked. Liao Yongbing smiled and said, There's one more thing. Young Master's suggestion of leaving the Biming family behind and acting alone. I think it makes sense. I'll do my best to cooperate with young Master Yuanxiao. Yuanxiao laughed as well and said, If that's the case, then I'll have to rely on Sir Yongbing. The effect of him killing Michael with 1 sword strike had shown itself, and his efforts were not in vain. The sword had a great influence on Liao Yongbing, not only in visual and spiritual shock, but also in the desire and will to build a good relationship with Yuanxiao after careful consideration. All of these made Liao Yongbing determined to follow Yuanxiao to the end. Liao Yongbing thought a lot after coming out of the secret room and began to plan a plan to act alone. In terms of understanding of the East Ocean, there were not many people in the human race who knew more than him. The members of the Battle Blade team were still stunned by Yuanxiao's sword strike. They were not only shocked, but also had a vague feeling that they had touched something. One by one, they began to meditate and cultivate, hoping to make a breakthrough. The battleship flew for a day and a night. On the 2nd day, they discovered the situation and a voice transmission talisman flew into the secret chamber. Yuanxiao's primordial energy had been mostly recovered. If he had not been so exhausted, he would have fully recovered at his cultivation speed. After a while, he arrived on the deck. Everyone turned around and looked at him with a serious expression. They all stood straight as if they were waiting for an inspection. Even Liao Yongbing had a strange feeling in his heart, and he gradually became more cautious in front of him. You don't have to be like this, Yuanxiao said. I'm still the vice-captain of the Battle Blade team. I'll do what I did before. No, I can't. Liang Yuanji started to get nervous and shook his head hurriedly. No matter what, Lord Feiyang cannot be under me. You are the leader. I am the vice-leader. Yuanxiao knew that after he showed his strength, he could no longer restore the equal and harmonious relationship he had before. Looking at everyone's determined and affirmative eyes, he did not hesitate and said, All right then, let's do that for now. Only then did everyone reveal a look of joy, especially Liang Yuanji. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders and let out a sigh of relief. Sir Feiyang, something has indeed happened in Baichong City. Look ahead, Liao Yongbing said. Yuanxiao looked over and saw the image of a city in the distance, but it was hidden in a light curtain, obviously covered by a restrictive barrier. No wonder the teleportation failed, Yuanxiao said. I'm afraid there's something wrong with the teleportation array in the city. I just don't know if the restrictive barrier is a defensive array or a spell cast by the sea race. The Golden Sun battleship was flying in the air when a layer of light suddenly appeared in front of it. It was like a bubble with a thin membrane. The moment the battleship entered the membrane, its speed was greatly reduced. Who is it? As soon as the restriction was activated, a loud shout rang out and several figures appeared in front of the starship. Everyone looked over, and their hearts trembled. The people in front of them were green in color, and they had feelers on their heads. Their faces were covered in red hair, and they could tell with a single glance that they were sea-race warriors. It's a human die. When those people saw the people on the battleship, they turned into 7 beams of light and rushed over without saying a word. Humph! Yuanxiao snorted. With a cold look on his face, he drew a few incantation seals in the air and slapped them on the warship. With a chi sound, a defense opened up and directly collided with the 7 rays of light, shaking the 7 people away. Then, the battleship tilted to the side and a ray of light shot out from the body of the battleship. With a boom, one of the people was blown into pieces. "Mr. Feiyong, you're too playful," Liao Yongbing said. "It's a piece of cake to deal with these few pieces of trash. There's no need to go through the trouble of using the warship's power." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Yongbing," Yuanxiao said with a smile. Liao Yongbing lowered his head and was about to attack when Liang Yuanji said, "It's just a few martial venerables. My lords, please take a rest." He gave a signal with his eyes, and the 20 members of the Warblade team immediately rushed out and surrounded the remaining 6 members. "Leave him alive," Yuanxiao said with a smile. "I want him alive." Immediately, 5 of them were directly blown up by more than 10 attacks on the spot, and one of them was hit by Guan Xingyang and spat out a mouthful of blood, flying to the deck. Yuanxiao grabbed the man in the air, and without asking anything, he sent a stream of spiritual power into his mind and began searching his soul. The Sea Tribe member's body trembled violently as his eyes became more and more lifeless. In the end, his eyes became empty, without any light of consciousness. Bang! Yuanxiao blew him up with a punch after he was done searching, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. People stood around quietly, not daring to disturb him. "Baichong City has not fallen," Yuanxiao said. "Only the teleportation array has been destroyed." The Marine race had set up restrictions to prevent any information from being leaked, and they were gradually annihilating the enemy. "We've come at just the right time. If we're strong enough, we can help whitewash City and break the seal," sending the message back. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions turned grave. The battle had indeed begun to escalate, turning into a large-scale war. Liao Yongbing put away the battleship and took out a jade talisman. He quickly inserted some runes and broke it. Suddenly, a rune slowly rose and disappeared in the air. Just as everyone was about to fly toward Baichong City, a group of bright spots suddenly appeared behind them and quickly flew to their side. It was the other team. "Ha! Sir Yongbing, I finally found you." The leader was Ruan Shichuan, and behind him was the Gan Wuqin team. When they saw Yuanxiao and the others, they all frowned. Only the 2 cultivators who had been assigned to go over had a look of joy on their faces. They immediately returned to the group, causing the faces of Gan Wuqin and the others to be covered in a layer of frost. "Oh, it's Lord Shichuan," Liao Yongbing said happily. He quickly told them about the information he had obtained about Whitewash City. Now that the 2 teams had joined forces, the chances of them breaking through the blockade and protecting Whitewash City had increased. He said, "I wonder where Lord Lechi is right now. If the 3 teams were to combine into one, it would be a perfect plan." Ruan Shichuan's expression turned ugly as he said, "I didn't expect things to be so serious. Let's go." He was about to take the lead and fly away when he suddenly stopped. He turned around to look at Yuanxiao and said, "You're Li Feiyong, right? Can you give me the dead body of the ghost eel you got outside the sky-reaching city? Of course, I will not take your things for free. I have a peak 8th tier profound armament here to exchange with you." A peak 8th tier profound level weapon was obviously not worth that price, not to mention that the ghost eel commander's body was an innate formation body. In the eyes of a formation master, even a peak 9th tier profound level weapon could not be compared. However, as a 6th tier martial emperor, Ruan Shichuan did not have Yuanxiao's choice to bargain with him. He would basically be forced to buy and sell. Gan Wuqin didn't even try to hide his smugness and gloating. On the other hand, the members of the Battle Blade team were all calm, but they had strange looks in their eyes. Liao Yongbing, on the other hand, had a drastic change in expression, knowing that things were going to be bad. Yunxiao glanced at Ruan Shichuan and said indifferently, "No, I won't." What? Ruan Shichuan frowned, and a martial emperor's pressure was instantly released. His face gradually darkened. He did not expect the other party to reject him. He said coldly, "Is it because my 8th-tier pinnacle profound armament is not worth that price, or are you looking down on me, Ruan Shichuan?" All the members of Gan Wuqin's team wore mocking looks on their faces, as if they were watching a good show. But they were also surprised that Yunxiao had such a backbone. Liao Yongbing sighed in his heart and stood out. "Lord Shiquan, this is not the time for a transaction. Let's first resolve the crisis in Baichong City before we discuss this matter." Ruan Shichuan snorted and said coldly, "Baichong City's crisis is of great importance, and it won't happen in a short time. Kid, I'm asking you a question. I thought it wasn't worth that price," Yunxiao said. "But now I look down on you." "What did you say?" Ruan Shichuan suspected that he had heard wrong. The aura around him exploded, sending Gan Wuqin and the others, who were gloating behind him, flying dozens of meters away. A few of the weaker ones even spat out blood. They were so shocked that they could not care less about their own injuries. Instead, they looked at Yunxiao in shock, wondering why he would say such words that would kill him. An 8th-tier mystic artifact in exchange for the body of a high-level martial sovereign of the Sea Tribe is no different from robbery, Yunxiao said coldly. "I really look down on you from the bottom of my heart." Cold. The entire place was filled with an indescribable chill. The members of the Warblade team also retreated dozens of meters in a hurry. Mortals suffered when immortals fought. A 6-star martial emperor had just died not long ago, and they did not expect another one to die so soon. Liao Yongbing was the one who didn't want to fight the most. He tried to save the situation and said, "Lord Shiquan, please consider the big picture. Otherwise, if news of this incident were to spread to the towering Sky City, it would damage your reputation." "Liao Yongbing, who do you think you are?" Ruan Shichuan said angrily. "How dare you threaten me?" Liao Yongbing's heart was also burning with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that Baichong City was in a crisis and still needed your help, who would save you? "If you disregard the situation and act rashly, I will definitely report this to Lord Ning Huaishu," he said with a determined expression. Good. Liao Yongbing, you're really something. You're willing to offend me for a mere 8 stars martial venerable. I'll remember what happened today, Ruan Shichuan said coldly. "I'll settle the score with you at any time." He flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a wave of his sleeve, he took the lead and flew toward White Rush City. Liao Yang's ice mask was too big of a hat. He was really afraid that the news of him killing people because he couldn't force them to buy it would spread back. If that happened, he would really be too ashamed to face anyone. What he couldn't understand was why Liao Yongbing, who seemed to be a shrewd person, would offend him for an ant. After thinking about it carefully, Ruan Shichuan also felt that there was something strange about it, so he slowly calmed down. From time to time, he would glance at Yunxiao out of the corner of his eye, trying to get a clear look at the man's background. Soon, he found that something was wrong. The whole Battle Blade team was flying behind him, and their faces were full of awe. What shocked him the most was that Liao Yongbing was also flying at the same level as Yunxiao, and was even slightly behind him, as if she did not dare to surpass him. His body trembled, the doubts in his heart grew, and his face was covered in haze. After flying for a while, they saw that they were getting closer and closer to White Rush City, and they could only see figures fighting in the sky outside the city. The 3 human warriors were surrounded by more than 10 members of the Sea Tribe. They were in danger at every step. The 3 of them kept trying to break through the encirclement and escape back into the city. Their efforts were in vain, and their resistance was getting weaker and weaker. The person in the lead was the city lord of Baichong City, Xianxia. The 3 of them had originally wanted to break through the blockade of the sea race and send the news to Red Moon City. However, they were intercepted and killed the moment they left the city. Surrounded by these sea race members who were covered in green, it was difficult for them to even kill their way back into the city. Xianxia's sword swept over and furiously shook off a few members of the sea race. He laughed in a tragic manner and said, "I can't believe that our Ji clan, which has been guarding Baichong City for thousands of years, would be destroyed today. City Lord." The other two were also extremely indignant. One of them said, "We'll each use a unique skill later. City Lord, you should quickly break out of the encirclement and return to the city." Xianxia was shocked. Seeing the determined expressions of the two, he knew that they wanted to sacrifice him. He hurriedly shouted, "No, if we die, we'll die together. Anyway, going back is just waiting for death. As long as the city lord is here, there's still hope for Baichong City," one of the two men said. While the three of them were arguing, a series of explosions suddenly came from the bodies of the Sea Tribe members in front of them. Before the three of them could react, they were all dead. This buy-in. The three of them were shocked and quickly saw who it was. Although they didn't know who it was at least a human. Xianxia was overjoyed as he repeatedly said, "Many thanks to the various Darren for saving our lives. All Darren are buy-in." Ruan Shichuan was still thinking about Yun Xiao at the moment, and his face was gloomy. He snorted coldly and reported his name, Ruan Shichuan from Red Moon City. "Ah, it's the Lord of the Red Moon City." At this moment, Xianxia was so touched that he was on the verge of tears. He was somewhat at a loss. Ruan Shichuan's expression looked a little better as he said, "How come you can't even defeat the Sea Tribe? Are the martial artists of White Surge City that trashy?" Xianxia's face turned red as he muttered, "It's our fault for being useless. Sirs, please enter the city. We will discuss in detail." It turned out that the one who had sealed off the entire Whitewash City was an A-grade Sea Tribe, the Green Snapper Tribe. Their current mission was only at the stage of mobilizing the army, and they did not know the depths of Whitewash City. Therefore, they did not attack the city by force. They only sent experts to launch a surprise attack and destroy the teleportation formation in the city. At the same time, they sealed off the city to prevent any information from leaking. If they knew that the city was short of resources and only relied on the support of a city-protecting formation, they would have broken through long ago. Xianxia had only thought of breaking through the seal to seek help when he was truly at his wit's end. Otherwise, when the sea race truly attacked, they would definitely be destroyed as easily as dried weeds and rotten wood. How many martial sovereigns are there in the city? How many martial honors? How strong can this array withstand? Xianxia smiled wryly. "I won't hide it from you, my lord. Although Whiterush City is an important coastal city, there are only 17 martial supremes in the city. 5 of them were killed during the surprise attack of the oceanic species experts. Now, there are only 12 of them, and they are all low-level martial supremes. There are about 100 martial supremes. The city's defender array can only withstand the attack of one 6-stars martial emperor at most." After receiving this information, Ruan Shichuan's face turned ugly. He turned to leave and said, "Our mission this time is to find out more about the situation in Whitewash City. Now that we know, we won't be staying any longer." Xianxia was instantly dumbfounded and quickly said, "My lord, Baichong City is in danger. My lord cannot leave." Ruan Shichuan snorted coldly. "Before we left, the higher-ups told us to only investigate and not interfere with the matters of Baichong City. When we get back the information, Red Moon City will naturally send experts to assist us. Now that the war is serious, we can't be disrespectful." Ruan Shichuan ignored Xianxia's pleading and was about to leave. Gan Wuqin's team also hurriedly followed. Liao Yongbing, on the other hand, turned to Yun Xiao, waiting for his opinion. "Lord Xianxia," Yun Xiao said, "the ones who sealed off this city are the A-class sea clans. But do you know if there are any other clans gathered in the coastal waters?" Xianxia gave Yun Xiao a look. When he saw that Yun Xiao was only an 8-stars martial supreme, he shook his head, but he still answered patiently, "As far as we know, there shouldn't be any. They are still in the process of regrouping their army." If the few of you are willing to lend a hand, we can use the entire city's strength to exterminate the Green Snapper tribe. This will not only alleviate the crisis in Baichong City, but also disrupt the strategic deployment of the entire Sea tribe. This is the best plan. Ruan Shichuan rolled his eyes at him. Why do we have to do this? The higher-ups will decide. We definitely don't dare to disobey. Lord Xianxia, I wish you good luck. He sneered and strode away. A look of despair appeared in Xianxia's eyes. A look of hesitation seemed to flash through his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, Sir, please wait. Ruan Shichuan frowned and said, I said I'm leaving. I'm leaving. What's the matter? If you want to pass on a message, I can do it for you. The Ji clan has been in Baichong City for thousands of years, and we swear to live and die with the city. Xianxia gritted his teeth. What does this have to do with me? Ruan Shichuan replied coldly. My Ji clan has an unparalleled treasure, the Dragon Crystal. If Sir is willing to stay and help me, I'm willing to give it to you with both hands. Xianxia said. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. Dragon Crystal? He asked. Are you sure it's a dragon crystal? The value of a dragon crystal was indeed difficult to estimate. It was an energy crystal that fell after the world gave birth to dragon chi and failed to transform into a dragon. Especially for those with dragon bloodline, its value was only second to dragon treasures. Naturally, Xianxia replied. This treasure has been passed down in my Ji clan for thousands of years. How could it be wrong? Ruan Shichuan was also shocked. He knew about the dragon crystal and immediately fell into deep thought. This dragon crystal was indeed of extraordinary value. Even if he couldn't use it, he could exchange it for something he wanted. However, safety first. The struggle in his heart appeared on his face, and his expression kept changing. How big is this dragon crystal? Yun Xiao asked. My lords, please wait for a moment, Xianxia said. He turned around and walked into the mansion. Soon, he came in with a fist-sized jade box in his hand. He opened the lid and found an azure gemstone-like crystal that emitted a warm luster. It's indeed a dragon crystal, and it's not small either. Give me this dragon crystal, Yun Xiao said. I'll be responsible for killing the Green Snapper tribe outside. How about this deal? However, if the sea race has gathered other powerful races, I can also get rid of them if they are slightly weaker, but I can't do anything if they are stronger. Xianxia was taken aback. He looked at Yun Xiao, then at Ruan Shichuan, unable to tell what their relationship was. Ruan Shichuan knew that Yun Xiao must have some sort of background, but he could not help but mock him. Annihilate the A-class Sea tribe? Ha ha ha, do you think you're a high-level martial supreme? Even high-level martial sovereigns wouldn't dare to make such an arrogant statement. You must know that there are many high-level martial sovereigns among the A-class sea clans. Yun Xiao ignored him and stared at Xianxia as he said, How is it? You can complete the mission first and then give me the dragon's heart. This buy-in. When Xianxia heard that they were going to pay after completing the mission, he immediately responded, Deal. As long as Lao AI and my friend can kill all the green snappers, I'll give you the dragon crystal. He had wanted to call Yun Xiao Lord, but seeing that Yun Xiao was only a martial honor, he felt that it was easier to call him friend. Yun Xiao nodded. I'll be right back, he said. Lord Yongbing, are you staying here or going with me? Liao Yongbing was also shocked. No matter how highly he thought of Yun Xiao, he would not believe that he could annihilate the entire A-class Sea clan by himself. That was something that even a high-level martial supreme could not do. He hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head, and said, I'd better stay here so that I can meet up with Mr. Flying Sun. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. Help my ass. How are you going to help when you're sitting in the city? Everyone knows that it's an excuse. Yun Xiao nodded, then walked out of the mansion and said, Lord Xianxia, wait for my good news. Xianxia was dumbfounded as he watched Yun Xiao leave the city lord's mansion alone. His mind completely blank. Ruan Shichuan was also completely stunned. He didn't know what to do. Did this kid really go alone? Could he have taken the opportunity to run away? It didn't make sense. The seal on the city wasn't strong enough. They could leave whenever they wanted. There was no need to do this. After Yunxiao left the mansion, he immediately turned into a beam of light and headed toward the seaside under everyone's gaze, which dispelled the thought that he was trying to escape. Although White Surge City was an important coastal city, it was not directly by the sea like Haitian Town. It was still 1,000 miles away from the East Sea. But this distance was only half a cup of tea's worth of time. Who is it? Stop! When he rushed out of the blockade line outside the city, rays of green light suddenly appeared and gathered around him. There were actually dozens of people surrounding him. They were all the Sea Tribe members with green bodies and tentacles and hair on their faces. The leader's face was dark and cold. He stared at Shi Yan and said, "Did you come from the city?" Yunxiao gave the man a look. A 4-star martial emperor and more than 10 people they had killed before. No wonder they could seal off the entire White Rush City. Now that you've fallen into my hands, it's not up to you to answer. The leader's eyes flashed with killing intent as he waved his hand and said, "Take him down, but don't kill him. I want to get information on those people from him." The news that Yunxiao and the others had entered the city and killed more than a dozen of their men had spread. He was about to send someone to investigate the strength and identity of those people when he saw Yunxiao rush out of the city. Bang! The first green snapper who rushed up was blown up by Yunxiao. A heavenly hammer appeared in his hand, and with 2 bolts of lightning flashing in his eyes, he threw his head back and smashed it down. His entire body turned into lightning and released tens of thousands of rays of light. Boom! A circular ring of lightning stars appeared as the heavenly hammer smashed down and scattered in all directions. The sea race members that had passed by were all submerged in the sea of lightning. Their bodies were directly blasted apart by the lightning, and not even their bones were left. The leader had already realized that something was wrong the moment the ring of lightning stars appeared. He wanted to fly away and escape, but he was still swept into it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated hundreds of meters, but he was still coughing up blood. Yunxiao took a step forward and smashed the hammer down again. The entire sky turned blue, as if all the heavenly might had been poured into the hammer. Boom! The hammer stopped halfway, and a bolt of lightning directly pierced through the chest of the marine race expert. If it continued, he would really die. Yunxiao needed to know the information about the sea race at this moment. The man who had soul-searched him before was just a minion, while the man in front of him was a 4-star martial emperor, so he must know a lot of information. He put away the hammer, held the man in the air, and sent his spirit power into him. The man was half dead at the moment and had no strength to resist. Soon, all his memories were read by Yunxiao, and he exploded in the air with a bang. Yunxiao's expression turned a little playful as he said softly, "Ruinxiang? We'll meet again soon, old friends." A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had already calculated the dragon's secret treasures on Yunxiang's body. Those were treasures that were much more valuable than a mere dragon crystal. The information he got from the Sea Tribe members' memory was that they were indeed mobilizing their troops. They planned to expand the battle line to the maximum and break through the eastern region's defense line as soon as possible. However, what he did not expect was that the person in charge of the military deployment in Baichong City would actually be Runxiang. In the ocean 1,000 li away from Whitewash City, near the continent, the ocean floor that was usually clear all year round was extremely muddy. Undercurrents surged everywhere, and large numbers of Sea Tribe members gathered from all directions. In a palace that was temporarily built with all kinds of corals, Runxiang was standing with his hands behind his back, quietly listening to the various reports of the mobilization of troops, his face expressionless. After the Marine Race Intelligence officer finished speaking, he was silent. After a long time, he asked, "Do you need another 10 days?" "Yes, the entire battle line and the 7 landing points will need another 10 days to be set up." After the Marine Race Intelligence officer finished speaking, he stood aside respectfully. A white-robed man was lying lazily on a throne that was decorated with jewels and pearls. A few beautiful clam girls were pinching the man's body and feeding him purple crystals. From time to time, the man used his hands to touch clam girl's body and said coldly, "With 10 days' time, Uncle Guangxing would have already entered Red Moon City." Ruinxiang waved his hand and asked the intelligence officer to leave. The leader of the Green Snapper tribe, who was a sea tribe member with a green body, asked carefully, Lord Ruinxiang, do we wait for 10 days or do we take down Baichong City now? We'll wait. Ruoxiang softly spat out a word. Humph. Still waiting? Cousin Ruinxiang, I'm very curious about what you're thinking about. The man in white pushed aside the clam girl beside him and stood up with a cold expression. It was Guang Yi. He was very dissatisfied with the fact that he was only a follower while Ruinxiang was in charge of the matters here. However, this was an order from the palace, and he had no choice but to follow it. So he had been mocking and ridiculing her all the way. Runxiang ignored him and glanced at the Green Snapper commander instead. He said indifferently, Do you agree with Guang Yi's idea that it's more suitable to take down Baichong City? This subordinate does not dare. The Green Snapper commander hurriedly lowered its head. Questioning the royal family was a capital crime, even if they were of the A-grade race. After staying in the sea for a long time, Ruinxiang said, You'll think nothing is in your eyes. You'll think that the sea race has the 4 Cs and that they're the #1 in the heavenly martial arts realm, invincible. The Green Snapper commander lowered his head and did not speak, carefully reflecting on these words. Guang Yi snorted coldly. Isn't that so? Could it be that cousin thinks that the humans are stronger than us? Ruoxiang was playing with a piece of purple coral and said indifferently, The 2 races have their own strengths and weaknesses. It's hard to say which is stronger. Ha, ha ha. Cousin is telling a joke, right? The sea race controls the 4 Cs, and our numbers are many times greater than the human races. If we want to, we can completely wipe out the entire human race. Guang Yi's eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. This was the innate arrogance of the sea race's king. He looked down on everyone. Ruoxiang didn't want to argue with him, so he just said, Maybe. He turned around to leave, as if he found it boring to stay. A trace of anger flashed across Guang Yi's face. He stepped forward to stop him and said coldly, I think cousin doesn't agree with what I said. Have you forgotten that the 4 Cs besieged the holy land of the human race under the leadership of the Bo family 30 years ago? They were so scared that they didn't dare to come out. Ruoxiang's eyes revealed an undisguisable sneer, and he said, How much do you know about what happened back then? Don't you think you're being childish by talking like this? You're a coward. Humph. I'm childish. Some people were almost killed by humans, Guang Yi said sarcastically. Now they're trembling in fear when they hear the word human. Bang! The purple coral in Ruoxiang's hand was crushed instantly. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, Guang Yi, don't think that I won't kill you just because your father hired me to guard this place. Guang Yi was shocked by his cold eyes, but he didn't want to show his fear. He raised his head and said proudly, Humph, I'm sure you won't dare to kill me. If you have the ability, try and touch me. Don't forget that this is the East Sea, not your North Sea. The killing intent in Ruoxiang's eyes became more and more intense, but he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and suppressed it. Ha, ha ha, I knew it. Guang Yi was smug, his eyes filled with coldness. He snorted, If you kill me, you won't be able to answer to my father, and you won't be able to get the dragon's secret treasure that I promised you. The latter is what you're most worried about, right? I really don't know what Lord Father is thinking. My East Ocean is full of talents, so why would I give you a dragon artifact to guard this place? Dragons' heirlooms were more precious than anything to them, who had the dragon's bloodline. The more Guang Yi spoke, the more he felt that it was unfair. If that dragon's secret treasure was given to him, his strength would increase by a lot. Every time he thought of this, he felt a heartache. This was also the reason why he was always at loggerheads with Runxiang. Ruoxiang snorted coldly. A light flashed in his hand, and something seemed to have appeared. Ah, this is a dragon's secret treasure. Guang Yi's face was full of shock as he cried out, How could this be? You haven't completed your task. Why would father give this to you first? A smug look flashed across Runxiang's face as he sneered, My stupid cousin, your father made the right decision to let you be my follower. Don't you understand the real intention of your father to win me over? True intention? To win him over. Guang Yi's face was dazed for a moment before he roared in anger. Impudent! My father's power is unparalleled in the East Ocean. Why would he need you? A look of contempt flashed across Run Xiang's face as he snorted softly. No matter how powerful his cultivation is, he can only intimidate the East Ocean. He knows that he can't intimidate the world. What do you mean? Guang Yi was puzzled. The Green Snapper commander wiped his sweat and felt uneasy. It would be a great sin even if he listened to such discussions about the royal family of the East Sea, but he did not dare to leave. Ruo Xiang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said word by word, because he's already prepared for an all-out war in this war, and he doesn't have the slightest confidence in facing the human tribe alone. So he made me stay with great benefits. The key is not that he values my talent, but that he wants me to be involved in this war and eventually have the North Sea join in. He paused, his expression changing several times. He stared at Guang Yi and said, Your royal father is willing to pay such a price to obtain that rainbow stone. Just what is that thing? Guang Yi's body trembled and he took a step back in shock. He didn't know if it was because he was shocked by Yun Xiang's words, or because he was afraid at the mention of the rainbow stone. The expression on his face kept changing as he said, I only know that it has always been in Donghai Palace, but I don't know what it's used for. If it's really as you've guessed, isn't this war a catastrophe for the human race? Ruo Xiang retracted his aggressive gaze and snorted coldly. He said in disdain, You really need to change that supercilious habit of yours. Humph, if it really reaches that level, won't it also be a disaster for our sea race? A look of reminiscence flashed across his face, as if he was recalling something. He muttered softly, The wisdom of the human race is unparalleled. If those things were exposed, I'm afraid that your father would not be so bold. Guang Yi's pupils contracted. Those things? Cousin, what are you talking about? Ruo Xiang's body trembled, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. He knew that he had said something wrong, so he quickly regained his previous indifference and said, It's nothing. Just take care of yourself. Guang Yi's eyes flashed with suspicion. Cousin, I know that you've stayed on the continent for a long time, and you might know more about the human race than we do. However, isn't it a bit of an exaggeration to say that the human race can threaten our sea race? How could this kind of probing question get Run Xiang to answer? He said indifferently, I hope so. Guang Yi's face darkened and he felt a faint trace of anger. He left with a flick of his sleeves and snorted. I hope that you can take on the responsibility given by my father. Otherwise, no matter how thick your skin is, you won't have the face to swallow my family's dragon secret treasure. Don't worry, cousin, Run Xiang said coldly. Since this dragon's secret treasure has fallen into my hands, I won't give it up no matter what. If you have so much free time, why don't you spend it on cultivation? Have you fused with the first dragon's blood I gave you? Humph! Guang Yi's face was extremely dark. It was because he had swallowed the 2 drops of first dragon's blood that Run Xiang had given him that his strength had increased greatly. He had always wanted to get a true dragon's secret treasure, but he didn't expect the palace to give one to Run Xiang. How could he not be angry? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat this person, he really wanted to kill Run Xiang and take all the treasures. He walked out of the palace with a gloomy face. All of a sudden, a wave of water that contained an extremely powerful force pushed in, knocking over a few of the supporting pillars in front of the palace. The force was extremely overbearing, as if it was not meant to attack, but to destroy. Who's there? You should die. Guang Yi, who was feeling depressed, was even more furious now. His body turned into a beam of light that penetrated the water wave and struck the source of the earthquake with his palm. Bang! The water in the entire seabed surged and spun under the power of the palm, condensing into a water ball that was compressed to the extreme and exploding in front of the figure. Bang! A domineering force exploded out and pushed in all directions. The person didn't seem to mind at all. His body turned into lightning, and the water waves directly passed through his body. Guang Yi's heart trembled. He was shocked to find that the other party had already walked in front of him and was about to step on his face. He was extremely shocked. That kick was ordinary, but it contained extremely powerful laws that completely locked him down and made him unable to avoid it. Ever since he had fused with the 2 drops of the first dragon's blood, not only had his cultivation base crossed over to the mid-stage 4-star martial sovereign realm, but his actual combat strength was also far above that. How could he be stepped on by the other party with just 1 foot? In his extreme shock, the power of the dragon blood in his body instantly burst out, and his skin turned red. He roared, "Soaring dragon celestial body! Bang! 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 Bang!" The sound of water exploding came from all around him as the law lock loosened slightly. Guang Yi hurriedly stomped with all his strength, trying to avoid the foot. If someone stepped on his face, how could he face others as a member of the Eastern Seas royal family? Under his crazy efforts, his body finally leaned back a little, and his face avoided the foot, but he was stepped on the chest. Bang! A huge force jolted into his body, and he felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying, but he heaved a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. Eh? The man was Xianxia. He let out a soft cry of surprise. He did not expect that the man could still move under his foot. Looking at Guang Yi's red skin, Xianxia looked slightly puzzled and thoughtfully. Who is it? The entire coral palace collapsed, and the angry roar of the green snapper commander came from inside. 2 beams of light broke through the fallen palace and rushed out, standing in front of Xianxia. The green snapper commander's face was filled with rage, especially when he saw Guang Yi's pale face and blood at the corner of his mouth. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. He had caused a royal to be injured. This was a capital crime. On the other hand, Ruo Xiang's face was cold. His sharp eyes were wandering on Xiao's face, as if he wanted to see through the mask and see his true face. Xiao gave Run Xiang a glance, then turned to the green snapper commander and said, "How many people does your clan have in this sea region?" The green snapper commander was stunned and asked in surprise, "Why are you asking this?" "I've taken someone's money," Xiao said indifferently. "I plan to wipe out your green snapper clan for them." "What? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The green snapper commander had thought that something was wrong. But when it heard this, it went crazy. A powerful force suddenly burst out of its body, and it grabbed in the air with both hands. A golden spear appeared in its hands, and it stabbed forward. The spear was only an ordinary 8th-tier mystic artifact, but it was already a supreme treasure in the hands of the sea race. The tip of the spear glowed with a cold light as it went straight for Xiao's forehead. From the beginning to the end, Xiao had his hands behind his back, and with a slight tilt of his body, he dodged the spear. The green snapper commander's anger continued to surge, and it swept its weapon toward him, aiming for his chest. With a light tap of his foot, Xiao leaned back slightly, then raised his right foot in the air and stepped on the spear, kicking it back. The 2 moves were dealt with so easily that in the eyes of the green snapper commander, a strong sense of fear grew in its heart. It knew that the person in front of it was definitely a formidable opponent. "You're Li Xiao," Ruo Xiang, who had been watching the battle coldly from the side, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. His voice, which had almost changed, came out of his throat, and the words Li Xiao sounded more like a duck that had its neck choked by someone. He finally recognized the person in front of him. His body couldn't help but tremble violently, and he lost control of his emotions. The proud sons of heaven in the 4 seas, the geniuses who roamed the human continent and had almost no opponents, had suffered the greatest defeat in their lives at the hands of this person. Run Xiang's face was pale, looking even uglier than the injured Guang Yi. Guang Yi's angry and cold gaze suddenly became stunned. His brows furrowed as he stared at Xiang's face. He didn't understand why he was so excited. What was the background of this human in front of him? The green snapper commander also stopped its attack and stood vigilantly at the side. A few tentacles on its head were shaking slightly. It was the special sound transmission method of the green snapper tribe to dispatch experts. Hee hee, brother Ruinxiang. I've missed you so much since we parted at the Red Moon City. Yun Xiao chuckled as he stood in front of the three men. Cousin, do you know this human? Guang Yi came forward and asked coldly. Just now, Yun Xiang had shouted Li Yunxiao like a ghost, so he had not heard it clearly. Ruo Xiang took a deep breath. After all, he was also a genius-like existence. He slowly controlled the turbulent emotions in his heart and gradually regained his calm. Yun Xiao had not only brought him the greatest defeat and humiliation in his life, but during this period of time, whenever he reached the limit of his cultivation, this man's figure would appear in his mind, and he would break through the unbearable limits one by one. He knew that the person in front of him had already become the demon in his heart. Although his cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds by relying on this inner demon, if he did not kill it, it would be difficult for him to make any further progress when he comprehended the Zhongdian Great Tao in the late stage of the martial emperor realm. So, Yun Xiao had to die, and he had to kill him with his own hands. After a few breaths, Run Xiang completely calmed down and said, Li Yunxiao, there were only 3 people I admired in my life, but now you are one of them. Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao. Guang Yi's expression suddenly changed and he said in horror, Li Yunxiao, you're Li Yunxiao, the one who has hidden the rainbow stone. He finally recognized that this man was Li Yunxiao, the one who had brought him shame, reneged on the 3-month promise, and made him lose face in front of his father and brothers. Moreover, all this time, he had always thought that his father had asked Ruinxiang to support the war here, while he was just a follower. Because of the embarrassing incident of the 3-month agreement, he had long put Yun Xiao on the first kill list in his heart. The Green Snapper commander was also shocked. Although he did not know the grudge between this man and the 2 royal families as a high-level martial sovereign, he was also a very important figure among the royal families of Donghai, and he knew that the cause of this war was the Rainbow Stone. When he heard that the Rainbow Stone was hidden by this man, his eyes widened as big as lanterns as he stared at Yun Xiao. He could not let him escape. Yun Xiao's interest was piqued. I wonder which 3. There was a calm atmosphere in the battle, and Run Xiang had already completely calmed down, saying, the first one is the one who rules the 4 seas, the one who the world is subservient to. Guang Yi and the Green Snapper commander's expressions changed slightly, and their eyes revealed supreme reverence. Yun Xiao stretched out a finger and shook it gently. Pay attention to your words. It's the 4 seas that submit, not the world. Ruo Xiang didn't argue with him and continued, the second one is the king of the North Sea, my father. The Green Snapper commander's face was still full of respect, but it was much worse than when he had mentioned Poseidon before. Guang Yi, on the other hand, snorted coldly, as if he did not care. A father will always be an idol in a child's heart, Yun Xiao said. I can understand. A strange expression flashed across Run Xiang's face, and he said, as for the third one, it's in the divine capital of the human race's holy realm. As for who it is, you can guess it yourself. Oh! Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and he seemed to be pondering. After a while, he said, are you referring to the 5 saints? Or are they the 3 from Shindu? You know a lot about the holy region? Run Xiang's expression changed slightly. As a human, Yun Xiao said, of course, I should know better than you, Sea Race. As for who it is, you can go and guess for yourself. Run Xiang snorted coldly. Yun Xiao nodded. There's no need to guess. When I beat you half to death, I'll search your soul directly, because I'm very interested in the origin of your bloodline. Run Xiang's expression changed drastically as he said in shock and anger, damn it! Damn it! You actually have such vicious thoughts about me. Yun Xiao burst into laughter. You've tried to kill me several times. What's so strange about me searching your soul? He said. However, I'm indebted to your admiration for being able to compare me with the 3 people you admire. There's no need to be humble. If you can live to that age, your achievements will not be below theirs, Ruinxiang said. Upon hearing this, Guang Yi and the Green Snapper commander's expressions changed drastically. It was fine if Ruo Xiang used humans as an example to compare to the Sea King, but among the 3 people listed before, there was the existence of the Lord of the 4 Seas, the Sea Emperor. What he said just now was already treasonous. Xiang, what nonsense are you talking about? Guang Yi was shocked and angry. How dare you offend the Sea Emperor? Xiang's expression changed, and he knew that he had misspoken. He quickly changed the topic and said, "It's a pity that you won't live to that age." His feet left the seabed, and his entire body was suspended in the air. His body began to transform into a dragon. Golden scales emerged on his body, sharp claws grew out of his hands, and dragon horns grew out of his forehead. He held the Luoho spear with both hands and stared at Yunxiao in full combat mode. "Are you confident that you can beat me?" Yunxiao smiled indifferently. "Are you confident? You had the advantage on land before," Xiang said coldly. "Now that we're in the sea, I have the advantage. How hard is it to beat you?" Guang Yi was shocked. He did not expect that it was Yunxiao who had seriously injured Xiang. He looked at the dragon-formed Xiang, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. If he could also have these dragon-type secret treasures, his strength would definitely be above Xiang's, and he wouldn't have to be bullied by him all the time. An extreme sense of injustice welled up in his heart. The Green Snapper commander also let out a loud cry, and its body expanded to more than twice its original size in the water. It held its golden trident and glared at him. Moreover, a large number of experts had also been summoned and had already surrounded this place. "Have all the experts of the Green Snapper clan arrived?" Yunxiao asked. "It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one." The Green Snapper commander flew into a rage and roared, "Go to hell!" He waved the golden trident in the water, and instantly water ripples spread out from the tip of the trident, forming a huge strange symbol that attacked in the air. The members of the sea race's combat strength in the sea had increased by several times, let alone a high-level martial supreme like him. One move from him was like a mountain collapsing and the heavens and earth collapsing. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and his eyes turned as red as the moon. The entire space around him twisted rapidly with him as the center. When the power of the overturning seas hit him, it was compressed by the space and turned into nothingness before disappearing. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. This human didn't move at all, and he actually made that overbearing move disappear into thin air? Spiritual power. There's actually such a powerful spiritual power. Xiang's expression was unusually ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "You're a 9th-tier alchemist?" He had mixed feelings at the moment. He had thought that Yunxiao's strength was on par with his, and now that the environment had changed, he would certainly be able to take him down easily. But he did not expect Yunxiao to have such a powerful trump card. There were very few alchemists in the Sea Tribe, and even if there were, they would study Tao all day long. There were also many people who would practice these spiritual attack techniques, so the Green Snapper tribe and Guang Yi could not react in time. However, Xiang, who had stayed on the continent for a long time, immediately understood. A 9th-tier alchemist. The people of the sea race all sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with shock, and even revealed looks of respect. "Don't pity me just because I'm an alchemist," Yunxiao said. "I'm an alchemist." The immemorial heaven's eye in the center of his brows opened, and several rays of light shot out. A powerful aura was emitted, and several figures landed beside him. This Ing Luo, everyone's eyes widened, and even Xiang could not react in time. The people who had suddenly appeared were all martial supremes. Wah! So many monsters! Young Emperor Haolian immediately cried out. His shocked face immediately turned ecstatic as he laughed. "Haha, I finally have a practice target. I can have a good time this time." He glanced at Mo Xiaochuan beside him and said smugly, "I'm sure I'm not the weakest this time." Yunxiao had released almost all the fighting forces in the Divine Realm tablet. In addition to Mo Xiaochuan, Haolian, and Xiaohuang, there were also the 3 brothers of the Go family, the Dark Thunder, the Calabash Little King Kong, Duanyu, and Yu Jilin, who had reached the peak of martial honor. There was another person who frowned and kept moving his body up and down, left and right. His face was filled with dissatisfaction as he said, "I didn't say that I would help you defend against the enemy. The man was the evil spirit that had come out of Mo Xiaochuan's body. Last time, he had been robbed by 4 martial emperors before he went to the end of the world. Yunxiao had killed 3 of them and left behind the strongest 4-stars martial emperor, who he had given to the evil spirit to possess. I didn't ask you to defend against the enemy, Yunxiao said. You can go. I just let you out. The evil spirit glanced around and saw that it was completely surrounded. Felt depressed and couldn't leave at all. In addition, it didn't dare to leave without permission. Who knew what kind of means this person would use to deal with it if it went against his will? Lord Ruinxiang. What's going on? The Green Snapper commander was a little stunned and asked the experienced and knowledgeable Run Xiang in confusion. Ruo Xiang's face sank, and a thought grew wildly in his heart. Could it be a supreme-grade profound-level weapon? That day in Songhua City, he had personally seen the death of the monster race use the armillary sphere. Wasn't Noah's ship the only supreme Xian artifact of the human race? With a glance, Ruo Xiang immediately discovered the strength of these people in front of him, and he was more and more convinced that Yunxiao had a supreme-grade mystic artifact in his hand. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to hide so many people. An indescribable excitement spread from the bottom of his heart. If he could kill Yunxiao today, not only would he be able to take revenge for what happened that day, but it was also very likely that he would be able to find the Rainbow Stone. What made him tremble with excitement was that if he could get a supreme-grade profound-level weapon, he would definitely be able to rule the world in the future. I don't know. Ruinxiang replied to the Green Snapper leader and said word by word, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Yes. A cold glint flashed in the Green Snapper commander's eyes. The appearance of these people in front of them had greatly reduced their advantage, but they still had the confidence to win. Kill them all. Walla, the Sea Tribe members that were densely packed from all 4 sides moved all at once, surging forward madly. Just the strength of the current alone was like an iron plate pressing down on everyone's body, causing them to frown. Duanyu smiled wryly and said, I thought I could help you a little after I reached the peak of martial honor. I didn't expect your enemies to be stronger and stronger. I can't keep up with the progress. Commander against commander, minions against minions, Yunxiao said. You can just deal with those minions. Duanyu felt depressed. He was already a peak martial venerable, but he was still a minion. But he had to admit the reality, so he charged at the Sea Clan members who were also minions. All of a sudden, they spread out from Yunxiao's side and attacked the Sea Tribe in all directions. In addition to the Green Snapper tribe, there were some other Sea Tribe clans nearby, but they were all extremely weak and basically cannon fodder. Bang! 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 All sorts of explosions rang out, and the sea became chaotic. A large-scale explosion spread out. Mo Xiaochuan and the others were like a hot knife through butter, killing dozens of Sea Tribe members in an instant. Even a martial sovereign was killed on the spot. The Sea Tribe members were so frightened that they retreated desperately and did not dare to come forward. The Green Snapper commander's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, Everyone, surround and kill them. Anyone who tries to escape will die. Only then did the members of the Sea Clan gather their courage. They all roared and rushed down, their eyes instantly turning red. The eyes of a few martial sovereigns of the Sea Clan popped out and they attacked ferociously. With the advantage of their improved strength in the sea, they trapped everyone and began a long battle. Although the gourd little King Kong's attack was not the strongest, it was the most effective killing machine. There was no existence here that could hurt him. He threw out punches one after another, and each punch exploded the enemy. Although the 3 Go brothers and the evil spirit were unwilling, the sea race wouldn't let them off even if they didn't do anything, so they could only brace themselves and fight. When the Green Snapper commander saw that his team had suffered a huge number of casualties in an instant, he was so shocked that his body trembled and his eyes spewed fire. Lord Green Snapper, calm down and take this person down with me, Ruinxiang said. Cousin Guang Yi, you will be responsible for those dregs. Guang Yi snorted and flew up to kill those humans. Although he was extremely unwilling to be commanded by Runxiang and didn't want to play the role of a minion, the situation was pressing. Strength was not up to him. The commander of the Green Snapper also calmed down after hearing Ruinxiang's words, and he directed all the anger in his eyes at Yunxiao. The three of them stood quietly, but the danger within was no less than the periphery. The aura on each of them rose to the extreme, pressing the sea water to surge, almost forming a whirlpool that spread out in all directions. The rest of the people could not help but retreat under the pressure of the seawater and aura. They fought further and further away until they were all 100 meters away. Ruo Xiang took a deep breath and said, "It's enough that I've only admired 3 people in my life. I don't need a 4th. So, you can stay here forever today." He turned the spear in his hand and charged at Yunxiao. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a layer of frost suddenly appeared on his cold sword. He held the sword in front of him and flicked the spear away with a bang. When the extremely powerful force on the spear forced him to take a few steps back, he was shocked. Although the sea race could display their power in the sea, Yun Xiang's current strength seemed to be above his expectations. Ruo Xiang moved extremely fast, even faster than he could move on land. He circled above Yunxiao with the momentum and thrust his spear again. With a wave of his sword, Yunxiao lifted the ice sword in front of him. An ocean of sword chi emerged around him, transforming into more than 10 sword-shaped swords and slashing upward at the same time. Bang! The 2 profound level weapons collided with a crisp sound, and a stream of dragon chi burst out of the spear, directly destroying the sword. The tremendous force pushed Yunxiao down a little, and his legs were pushed into the ground, sinking into his knees. At this moment, the Green Snapper commander's pupils dilated, and its golden fork pierced through the air at a speed that was even faster than that of Run Xiang. Yunxiao's face flickered slightly as the huge force coming from the sword continued to grow stronger. It was clear that Ruinxiang was trying to suppress him and create an opportunity for the Green Snapper commander. He performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, and a golden light flashed out from between his eyebrows and began to spread all over his body, transforming into a 3-headed and 6-armed transcendence golden body. One of his arms pointed forward, and 11 northern heaven cold star swords burst out of his body, turning into sword lights and slashing out. A sneer flashed across the Green Snapper commander's face. It spun its golden fork in the air, and golden balls flew out and spread out at the bottom of the sea. Then, Ruinxiang's dragon energy burst out in the sky, and the shadow of a true dragon appeared behind him. The power of the Luoho spear doubled, and it pressed down on Yunxiao like a mountain. Bang! 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 The long swords struck the golden ball, but to no avail. They were jolted back and stabbed into the bottom of the sea in a row with clanging sounds. The Green Snapper commander's expression turned stern as his golden trident turned into a few beams of light. The dozen or so golden balls flew up into the air, spun around Yunxiao, and then smashed down on him. Yunxiao's expression flickered. A heavenly hammer appeared in one of his hands, and a ring of thunderstars formed around him, which he then blasted out in all directions and blocked all the golden balls. That heavenly hammer directly became bigger and smashed towards Yun Xiang's head. Ruo Xiang's pupils contracted. The power of that hammer strike made him feel an abnormal sense of danger. He quickly retracted his battle spear and held it horizontally in front of him to resist the lightning. Boom! As more than 10 golden balls around him were shattered, a huge force soared into the sky. Run Xiang was also shaken away by the hammer, and his body couldn't help but fly back. In an instant, Yunxiao turned into a bolt of lightning, and his cold sword of ice rose up as he flew out and slashed at Run Xiang. The sword chi spread out like petals in the water and finally gathered in a line, cutting the sea water apart. There was a vacuum around him. Luoho strike! Ruo Xiang's expression was stern, and there was a faint dragon-shaped spiral on his long spear. He raised his head and spat out a pearl, and the might of a true dragon roared. Bang! The two forces collided, and the seawater in all directions was pushed back. A huge vacuum was created in the sea, and it kept rushing to the surface of the sea. Yunxiao snorted coldly as he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed at the sword. Immediately, an ice crystal emerged and bloomed. The temperature in the surroundings suddenly dropped, and Run Xiang's body trembled. A bone-chilling cold penetrated his dragon scales and went deep into his meridians and bones. Flowers bloom in a spring breeze. At Xianxia's cry, the ice crystal exploded with a bang, scattering into ice flowers. The color of the surroundings darkened, and then froze in all directions at an extremely fast speed, freezing everything within 10,000 miles. Kacha! The surging waves were also frozen in an instant, turning into mountains that rose from the bottom of the sea into the sky. The sun shone directly on the bottom of the sea, reflecting a dazzling light on the huge ice crystals on both sides. Ruo Xiang and the Green Snapper commander not far away were both frozen by this move. Bang! Just as Xiao pulled out his sword and slashed through the ice seal to cut Run Xiang's neck. Run Xiang moved and instantly shattered countless pieces of hard ice. The Luoho spear turned into white bones in an instant, and a dragon's spine spun in front of him like a long whip, blocking the cold sword. Good move! Ruo Xiang's face turned cold. The spine of the dragon shook Xiao away and turned into a dragon shadow that circled around him, then rushed into his body and fused with it. A powerful dragon chi shot out and immediately shook off the endless ice one by one. It was as if the mountains had collapsed and the entire sea had fallen into a whirlpool again. At the same time, the Green Snapper commander's eyes were about to pop out. It held the golden fork with both hands and raised it high, then fiercely thrust it forward. Countless water elements were split apart by a golden beam of a powerful art, and the vortex formed by the collapse of the iceberg was cut in half as well, while the golden beam went straight for Xiao. Xiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and the ice sword was held horizontally in front of him. The surrounding seawater turned dark, like a black hole that devoured all light, and the golden light dimmed under the strange phenomenon. Sword art, star obliteration. Sword chi shot out from the endless darkness, wanting to break open the endless sea of void. It collided with the golden light, and the force shot out in all directions. Many of the Sea Tribe members who were surrounding and killing everyone in the distance were affected by this power and were instantly crushed into pieces. The battlefield was once again pulled far away. Young Emperor Haolian looked into the distance worriedly. Xiaochuan, do you want to go and help young Master Yun? You'll be helping young Master Yun if you don't get hurt, Mo Xiaochuan said calmly, turning a blind eye to the battle. However, the ultimate move in his hand became more and more ruthless. It was as if he had poured all his emotions into his sword light, and a large number of members of the Sea Clan were crushed by his sword chi. Young Emperor Haolian looked embarrassed, but Mo Xiaochuan was right. They had already done their best to keep the Sea Tribe army busy. With a loud shout, for streams of elemental power swirled around his fist and shot toward the Sea Tribe army. Only this much? If you don't use your divine ability, how are you going to kill me? After the attack, Xiao stood there coldly, looking down at the two people in front of him with a cold gleam in his eyes. The Green Snapper commander's face turned extremely ugly. He had thought that the other party was only a 2-stars martial sovereign and that it would be easy to kill him, but he did not expect him to be so difficult to deal with. He said coldly, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Ha! The Green Snapper commander let out an angry roar and stuck its golden fork beside it. It pushed its left palm forward, and a dark green vortex appeared in its palm, emitting circles of black light that synchronized with the energy frequency of the entire sea. For a moment, the waves surged, and a shadow appeared behind it. It slowly opened 2 red eyes, revealing a fierce aura. The violent aura coming from the phantom was that of some powerful totem beast. Moreover, the Green Snapper commander seemed to have become one with the sea at this moment. Every breath it took was like the waves of the sea, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao's pupils constricted. If he were to let the old man continue, he would be in trouble. In an instant, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over, his body expanding several times in size. A ring of lightning stars surrounded him, and huge Maha ancient characters appeared on his hammer. A thunderbolt rushed out of Yunxiao's body, breaking through the entire sea and even piercing through the surface of the sea, shaking up into the sky. The green snapper commander's eyes widened in anger and he revealed a look of horror. His right hand formed a seal and his left hand slapped out directly to meet the thunderbolt. Bang! 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 The impact of the thunderbolts grew stronger and stronger, and they continued to stack on top of each other. The power of the thunderbolt star ring continued to expand, pushing the sea water dozens of meters away, and the entire sea level rose. The green snapper commander's expression changed drastically. When he had received the thunderbolts earlier, they did not feel as strong as he had imagined. However, he did not expect that in just half a breath's time, they had increased by many times and scattered all the vital essence in his hands. Furthermore, the power of lightning had a natural suppressive effect on deep-sea races like them. After dispersing the essence force in his palm, it even shattered his protective true essence. At this critical moment, the totem behind the green snapper commander seemed to show its might. It opened its huge white teeth in the darkness and let out a trembling cry. Ru! Luo! 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 The sharp cry pushed away the power of thunder, and a huge sound wave came from under Yunxiao's hammer, which almost blew him away. The noise was so loud that it almost blew his mind apart. Damn it! What the hell is this? Damn it! Yunxiao cursed angrily, his face filled with horror. The totem was only a part of its body, and it could already have such power with just a long roar. If it were the whole body, it would be even more terrible. The green snapper commander spat out a large mouthful of blood. His heart meridian had been injured by the attack just now. After returning from the gates of hell, he quickly formed seals with his hands and increased the power of the totem behind him. This was the agreement between the green snapper tribe and the ferocious beasts. In times of crisis, they could summon part of the ferocious beasts' main bodies. However, with his current strength, he could not summon too many of them. His current state was already his limit. The totem kept howling, and the sound waves were not only attacking Yunxiao, but also spreading in all directions. On the battlefield in the distance, the green snapper tribe seemed to be fine, but the rest of the sea tribe, Mo Xiaochuan, and the others had a drastic change in expression. They were so agitated that they had goosebumps all over their bodies, and the aura in their bodies suddenly became violent. The dark thunder trembled violently and curled up into a ball as if it was extremely afraid. However, circles of golden lightning were still spreading out of its body, preventing the marine race from invading. Duan Yu had a very good relationship with it, and he immediately surrounded it to protect it. Yunxiao was shocked and angry by the sound wave. He made a hand seal, and his whole body shone with a golden light. Ripples spread out on the surface of his skin, and most of the beast's attack was blocked by the golden body, only a part of it entering his body. Yunxiao's face darkened as he gave another soft cry. A demonic aura rose from his body, and the demonic sky armor materialized, finally dispelling all the sound waves. He then quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and the projection of a true demon appeared from the bottom of the sea behind him. It was like a giant that descended onto the ocean, and the entire ocean water began to turn black like ink. Yunxiao's eyes were cold as he glanced at Yun Xiang, who was not far away. The latter was also staring at him fiercely, his hands constantly changing incantation gestures, as if he was performing some incredible divine ability. Humph! Yunxiao snorted coldly. Ignoring Yun Xiang, he performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and beams of golden light spread out from his hands. The true devil phantom behind Yunxiao also formed a seal. Outside the golden seal, a huge devil seal appeared, floating in the dark sea and undulating. The green snapper commander's face was pale. He had consumed a lot of his power, and the totem beast behind him was also gradually fading. Li Yunxiao, stop! Ruo Xiang suddenly shouted, and his eyes burst out with a bright light. An extremely terrifying aura came over, and a circle of light suddenly appeared in the sea. It was as if a passage had opened, and it instantly spread out tens of meters. It was as if a cage had been opened, and a peerless, ferocious beast was about to come. Both Xianxia and the Green Snapper commander were taken aback, but one of them had a solemn look on his face, while the other was overjoyed. "It's a deep-sea giant-faced beast." The Green Snapper commander's eyes bloomed with joy as he laughed wildly. "Ha ha! I can't believe Lord Ruinxiang has summoned this thing. Yunxiao is dead for sure." The circle of light continued to expand, and the aura around Runxiang's entire body also soared. The dragon Qi turned into the shape of a dragon, and they flew around his body. An eye that was dozens of meters wide slowly opened in the circle of light. The eyeball inside the huge white pupil rolled around a few times, which was extremely strange. As the light circle grew bigger and bigger, the face of the entire beast was slowly revealed. It almost covered an entire area of the sea, and the huge face was also trying hard to squeeze. Boom! The entire seabed trembled violently. The face of the ferocious beast directly squeezed through the space and was revealed. It was like a huge flatbread. The face suddenly opened its mouth and smiled. It was abnormally terrifying. Gulp! Yunxiao also felt his throat dry and thirsty. He swallowed and immediately recognized that the creature in front of him was a deep-sea giant beast, an ancient race that lived in the sea, hiding in the endless deep sea and rarely appearing. This kind of giant beast usually existed alone, or in families of 2 or 3. Their bodies were hundreds of times larger than ordinary members of the sea race, and some could even reach a terrifying size of 1,000 times. They were powerful existences that had been nurtured by the sea for countless years. Yunxiao's true fiend Dharma idol was not even as tall as the nose of the face. "Ha ha! Li Yunxiao, let's see how you die this time." Ruo Xiang's face was also flushed red. He was extremely excited that he could summon such a powerful existence. He turned into a ray of light and landed on that huge face. He grinned hideously and said, "This is a legendary race of the ocean. If you can die in the mouth of a deep-sea giant beast, you won't be in vain." Boom! 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 That giant beast seemed to be unable to see its body, and only its round face was swimming in the sea. It slowly opened its mouth and took a deep breath, swallowing a large amount of seawater into its stomach. Even those Sea Clan members in the distance, some of whom were slightly weaker, couldn't escape the misfortune and were sucked in fear. A gloomy look flashed across Yunxiao's face. Knowing that it was impossible to kill Runxiang today, he moved his body in a flash and disappeared from where he was, along with his true fiend Dharma idol. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Green Snapper commander, and the mark he had formed earlier suddenly smashed down. Even if he couldn't kill Runxiang, at least he couldn't return empty-handed. "Damn it, Li Yunxiao! How dare you ignore me?" Ruo Xiang was furious. How dare Yunxiao be so presumptuous in front of the deep-sea giant-faced beast? He made a hand seal, and a strange seal appeared in his hands, which he raised high. The giant-faced beast under his feet seemed to sense something. A fierce light shot out of its huge eyes and it snorted heavily through its nostrils, sending a huge sound wave rolling toward Yunxiao. The density of the water was compressed to the point of metal, and when it hit Yunxiao, it shattered into countless pieces under the Devil Sky armor. The Green Snapper commander was shocked, and his heart sank. It seemed that the other party was going to kill him at all costs. He roared angrily, and the sound of chains exploding came from his body. It was as if all his potential had been stimulated, and a violent aura broke out of his body. "Li Yunxiao, you want to kill me, so I want you to die too." As if green dust had been scattered in front of it, the Green Snapper commander made hand seals with its left hand and grabbed in front of it with its right hand. A force that resembled a barrier condensed in its palm and shot out with a loud bang. With the determination to die and the last trace of ruthlessness, the Green Snapper commander condensed all its vital essence and consciousness under this palm and blasted it toward the black mark that was falling from the sky. Boom! The endless sea water shattered, and the power of black and green surged at the bottom of the sea. It spiraled like a millstone, drawing everything in and grinding it into pieces. The Green Snapper commander's body also began to break apart under the millstone. His eyes were wide with anger as he watched the streams of power washing through Yunxiao's armor, but they could not break through his defense at all. Bastard! I'm not willing to accept this. The other party was completely uninjured under the Devil Sky Silk's defense, while he was being crushed bit by bit. Who would be willing to accept this? You're not willing, Yunxiao said coldly. Who's gonna talk to you? Bang! The green snapper commander's body instantly turned into countless pieces of meat and dissipated. Even the 8th grade golden trident that had been standing beside it was bent by the force of the millstone. At that moment, an extremely dangerous aura came over, and the trembling from the depths of his soul made Yunxiao tremble. He looked back in horror and saw that the huge-faced beast had already stuck close to him. Its huge mouth was like a bottomless black hole, and a terrifying power was being nurtured from it. Yunxiao scanned the area with his divine sense, but he found no trace of it. Even his divine sense had been devoured, and he could not find anything. However, the fear of danger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. It's worth it to exchange the green snapper commander's life for yours. A cold glint flashed in Ruo Xiang's eyes, and the seal in his hands changed. An unimaginable savage and brutal aura spurted out of the huge-faced beast's mouth as it breathed. Yunxiao was instantly horrified. Behind the brutal aura, there was a feeling that made his blood run cold. A blinding light suddenly burst out of his body, making it as bright as day. The Divine Realm tablet flew out of his hand, growing larger and larger. The tablet glowed with a strange light, and ancient Maha runes emerged one after another. Yunxiao manifested his golden body, and his 6 arms danced quickly in the air, the speed of his incantation 3 times faster than usual. The power of the world was revealed, and all kinds of strange phenomena began to appear on the steel. They suddenly spread out at the bottom of the sea, and the might of heaven and earth rolled over, giving people a feeling that the universe was unfathomable. As the great realm divine technique was executed, a brand new world began to appear under the light. Blue skies and white clouds appeared at the bottom of the sea, and birds sang and flowers bloomed. All sorts of unbelievable things began to appear one by one. Ruo Xiang's expression changed drastically, and he shouted in shock, "Attack! Hurry up and attack!" The terrifying aura that was still increasing in the mouth of the huge-faced beast was frozen. Suddenly, a black power was shot out, and the entire underwater world immediately fell into darkness. The black power slammed into the brand new world of the Divine Realm tablet and immediately dispersed like ink, enveloping Yunxiao and the light of the world and devouring them. The faces of the sea race people in the distance also changed greatly. It seemed that their innate souls were extremely resistant to this kind of power. One by one, they fled in horror, not daring to come forward. Mo Xiaochuan and the others' expressions changed drastically as well. They stopped outside the endless black light, not knowing what to do. Ruo Xiang's face was also solemn, and he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised that the deep-sea giant beast could not kill Yunxiao in an instant, and happy that the thing in Yunxiao's hand was definitely a supreme-grade mystic artifact. But he was not worried, as there was no way he could survive the attack of the giant-faced beast. These deep-sea giant beasts had been passed down from the primordial era, even longer than the era of true spirits. However, with the great changes in the world, a large number of deep-sea giant beasts died, and even the remaining ones gradually degenerated with the evolution of history. No one knew exactly how many deep-sea giant beasts existed in the 4 seas and what their overall strength was, but the only thing that was certain was that as long as these deep-sea giant beasts could be summoned, they would listen to the command of the descendants of the true dragons. Moreover, the stronger the power of the bloodline, the stronger the control over them. It was said that a long time ago, the ancient true dragon had made some sort of contract with the ancestors of these giant beasts, just like how the powerful races of the 4 seas had made totems. Mo Xiaochuan's expression changed from one of calm to one of uneasiness. The treasured sword in his hand let out a clang, and a golden sword talisman began to spin on the sword, growing brighter and brighter. He raised the long sword high, and a faint sword spirit phantom rushed out of the sword body, flying into the sky along with the sword talisman. A sword, sunrise and rain of 1,000 nights. Killing intent flickered in Mo Xiaochuan's eyes. The will of the demon-slaying sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. The entire pitch-black ocean floor was instantly split open, like a long rainbow in the sky, leading to the other side. Run Xiang's pupils constricted. Even he didn't dare to easily receive the power of this sword. Boom! The sword chi cut into the black light, split it several feet away, and then completely annihilated it. At this moment, everyone's faces changed drastically. They knew Mo Xiaochuan's ability very well, but he could only cut open the tip of the black light with his full strength. Yunxiao, who was inside, was in grave danger. Kill ruin Xiang. Young Emperor Haolian was shocked and furious. He flew up into the air and was about to head towards Yun Xiang when that black power suddenly surged and a white light suddenly shot out. It was as if the heavens and earth had been split into two. What? Run Xiang was shocked, and his body trembled violently. He could actually survive under that black light that was certain death? Then, a blue thunderbolt shot out and transformed into Yunxiao's true form. He held the cold sword, Frost, in his right hand, but he could not help trembling, and his face was extremely unsightly. Retreat! The crowd gathered around and were about to ask when Yunxiao waved the Divine Realm tablet in his left hand after saying those words. Then, they all turned into lightning and flew away. At this moment, Run Xiang finally came back to his senses and roared, "Damn it! Chase him and kill him!" He had clearly seen Yunxiao wave his hand and take away all the people, which made him even more certain that the Jade Tablet was a supreme-grade mystic artifact. The giant-faced beast slowly turned around, opened its mouth, and spat out another black beam at Yunxiao. But this time it was just a casual spit, and the black beam seemed to be much weaker than before. Even so, the beast was just too large. Just a black streak of light was enough to cover the sky and earth, and its speed was not any slower than the lightning. Yunxiao gritted his teeth and performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, which transformed into the ancient Maha character of the Law of Thunder and pointed at his forehead. Peepa! A bolt of purple lightning shot out from his forehead, and his speed instantly doubled. It was as if he had teleported out of the sea. The moment he left the sea, Yunxiao took a deep breath and teleported hundreds of meters away, then turned into a bolt of lightning and headed toward the land. At the same time, a voice transmission rang out in the sea. "Ruin Xiang, I'll take your life next time. Trash, trash, trash." Ruo Xiang shouted trash 3 times in a row and stepped on the huge-faced beast's head a few times before he finally vented the anger in his heart. The huge-faced beast did not react at all. It stood quietly in the sea and began to sink deeper. Ruo Xiang's face was extremely gloomy. Yunxiao's strength had almost crossed several unattainable chasms since the last battle. In the deep sea, where he could exert his power the most with the high-level Martial Supreme Commander, the Green Snapper, and the Legend of the Deep Sea, they were unable to keep him here. Not only that, but the Green Snapper Commander was also killed. More than half of the experts in the nearby sea area had died. What a disgrace! This was not only a humiliation, but also an even greater defeat after the battle at Red Moon City. Run Xiang's face was so twisted that it was frightening. He stood on the head of the huge-faced beast in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. A large number of marine race experts in the distance were hiding in fear. They didn't dare to approach this huge deep-sea beast. Guang Yi was also shocked. As a member of the royal family, he had naturally heard of these terrifying existences in the deep sea. It was like a legend, but he didn't expect to see it with his own eyes. He also didn't expect that Run Xiang could summon them and command them. His expression wasn't any better than Ruo Xiang's, but it was filled with even more jealousy, frenzied jealousy. He also understood that only the descendants of the true dragon could control these legends of the deep sea, but his bloodline power was far inferior to the other parties. After slightly calming down the fire of jealousy in his heart, Guang Yi turned into a ray of light and similarly flew up to the head of the huge-faced beast. He buried the fire of jealousy deep in his heart and said softly, "Cousin, what do we do now?" He hovered in the air above the huge-faced beast. He seemed to be afraid and did not dare to step on it. Ruo Xiang turned around, the coldness on his face making Guang Yi's heart twitch. A trace of fear actually spread in his heart. This had never happened before. Regroup the team and send 2 letters to the palace of Donghai and Lord Guangxing. Ruo Xiang immediately quieted down. That calmness made Guang Yi even more terrified. While he was afraid, an endless sense of shame and anger welled up in his heart. Why do I have to feel afraid in front of him? Although he kept asking himself this, his fear didn't decrease at all. This made Guang Yi completely despair. After thinking for a while, Ruo Xiang calmly said, "Ask the palace of Donghai to send more men to me immediately. I want to launch an attack and take down Baichong City within 7 days." What? Guang Yi's body trembled. We're not going to wait for the Eastern Sea United Front? Ruo Xiang looked at him coldly, and the chill made Guang Yi's body tremble. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The chill spread uncontrollably in his body, and cold sweat burst out on his forehead. The United Front of East Ocean is your business, but killing Li Yunxiao is my business. After Ruo Xiang finished speaking, a light flashed in his hand. The huge-faced beast that had been standing still all this while turned around and slowly swam into the distance. As the huge-faced beast was too big, it took a while before it gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Guang Yi's body suddenly trembled violently, his face contorted. He seemed to have realized the insurmountable gap between the two of them. Suddenly, he felt like vomiting and his body trembled more and more violently. He was extremely upset. After rushing out of the sea, Yunxiao ran until his primordial energy was exhausted before he stopped. He directly landed on a hill, sat down cross-legged, and began to regulate his breathing. The deep-sea giant beast had shocked him greatly. If it wasn't for Mo Xiaochuan's sword that had created a crack on the surface, and his sword that had followed the crack, as well as the fact that he had mastered the thunder art, he would have died at the bottom of the sea. The black light spat out by the giant beast could actually compete with his world power. The grade of the power was even above the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens, which was extremely difficult for him to understand. It should be known that the power of the world was the creation of the world and formed its own rules. It was not even bound by the power of the heavenly martial realm, which was why it could devour everything and was invincible. The Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens was where the rules of this world were gathered. Could suppress all forces within this world. Unless it was a force like the power of the world that was not affected by the power of the world, it would be difficult to escape the suppression of the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens. What's going on? Those deep-sea giant beasts should have existed since ancient times, so it shouldn't be strange for them to have such powerful strength. However, only the 10 directions divine realm can break through the restraints of this world. Yunxiao frowned in confusion. Even if their ancestors had true spirits, it was impossible for them to break through the realm power after so many years. After failing to figure it out, Yunxiao was too lazy to think about it, so he began to meditate and recover. In the city lord's mansion in White Surge City, everyone was still sitting quietly. However, the members of the Battle Blade team were finding it increasingly difficult to remain calm. They looked at Liao Yongbing from time to time, as if they were trying to get some information. They knew that Liao Yongbing was the same as them and knew nothing, but they still hoped to get some information. After all, he was the calmest among them, other than Ruan Shichuan and the others. Xianxia was also restless. In the beginning, he was still able to chat and laugh with everyone, but later on, he could only walk back and forth in a depressed manner. City Lord, don't loiter around anymore. My eyes are already dazzled. Ruan Shichuan sat leisurely and sipped his tea. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The members of the Gone Wuqin unit also began to laugh, their faces filled with derision. The members of the Battle Blade team were furious, but they didn't dare to show their anger. Only Liao Yongbing remained calm. Xianxia didn't show Ruan Shichuan and the others any good attitude either. He turned to Liao Yongbing and said, "Lord Yongbing, look at that Li Feiyang." Liao Yongbing made a silent gesture and said, "Don't worry. I don't really believe that he will be able to exterminate the Green Snapper tribe. but he will definitely not be in danger. Whether it was Yunxiao's strength or intelligence, he would never fall in such a place. Oh? I'm relieved to hear that. But how do you judge that Brother Feiyang won't be in danger? Liang Yuanji interjected. After all, the strength of the sea race is there for all to see. All the members of the Battle Blade team breathed a sigh of relief. Since Liao Yangbing had said so, Yunxiao should be safe. If that kid isn't dead, he must have found a place to hide outside the city. After a while, he'll come back pretending to be seriously injured and brag about how many Sea Tribe members he has killed. That explains why Li Feiyang is safe, Gan Wuqin sneered. Impudent. Liao Yangbing's face turned cold, and an unparalleled aura pressed over. He said coldly, "Who do you think you are to dare to speak so casually in front of me?" He had long found these people to be an eyesore, so he could use this opportunity to punish them. Liao Yangbing's aura was like a mountain, and he did not show any mercy. Gan Wuqin was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ruan Shichuan's expression changed drastically. He slammed the table and stood up angrily. "Liao Yangbing, what do you mean by this?" Liao Yangbing retracted his aura and regained his calm look. He smiled and sipped his tea. "It's nothing. I'm just teaching these ignorant ants a lesson and show them some respect in front of us." Ruan Shichuan's face turned green with anger. Liao Yangbing was obviously beating the dog to show him, the owner, but he did not know how to refute it. He could only snort a few times and say, "Could Gan Wuqin be wrong? I think if Li Feiyang is not dead, he must be hiding." "Oh?" Liao Yangbing asked. "Why was Li Feiyang hiding outside?" "I hope that Lord Shiquan can dispel everyone's doubts and improve everyone's IQ level." Ruan Shichuan thought for a long time before he mumbled, "How would I know why he's hiding? Maybe he didn't hide, and it's highly possible that he was killed by the sea race when he went to the sea." "Pa! Pa! Pa!" Liao Yangbing clapped a few times and said expressionlessly, "It would be great if Li Feiyang was as smart as you, my lord." "Liao Yangbing, what do you mean?" Ruan Shichuan was furious. "Are you mocking me?" "He wouldn't dare to mock you, sir. I really envy your high IQ." A voice came from outside the city, and then a beam of light fell. It was Yunxiao who had returned and manifested in the hall. "Young Master Feiyang." Liao Yangbing and Xianxia both cried out in surprise, and their faces were filled with joy. The members of the Battle Blade team were also overjoyed. "Humph! What's the point of wasting everyone's time by hiding out and coming back?" Ruan Shichuan sneered coldly. "It's good that you're fine," Xianxia said. He was sincerely grateful to Yunxiao and the others, but he was getting more and more disgusted with Ruan Shichuan and his gang. "Your words are too harsh, Lord Shichuan," Yunxiao said. "I wonder what divine power you have cultivated that you can see me hiding?" He turned to look at Ruan Shichuan, his gaze turning cold. He was going to start with Ruan Shichuan. Ruan Shichuan didn't know that he was in trouble, so he still looked down on him and said in disdain, "Tisk, if you didn't hide with your strength, would you be able to go to the sea and not die? Who are you trying to fool?" "Lord Shichuan's words have really chilled my heart," Yunxiao said leisurely. "I can't believe the trust between people is so low. As a member of the United Front, I'm really disappointed." "Humph!" Ruan Shichuan's expression changed and he said coldly, "Li Feiyang, don't put on an act in front of me. Pay attention to your status. If you say you went to the sea, you have to show evidence. Otherwise, it'll be a rebellion against your superior. I have to discipline you on behalf of someone." Yunxiao smiled and said, "What if you have evidence? What can you say? Can I also teach a lesson to a certain person who made fun of me?" Ruan Shichuan's face turned cold and he said coldly, "Don't you dare! Hee. How boring. They're completely unreasonable and only know how to use martial arts to suppress their own people. If you have the ability, go and fight the sea race." Yunxiao's face was full of sarcasm, and he could not hide his contempt. Ruan Shichuan was furious on the spot. After being rebuked by Yunxiao's words, he wanted to hit him, but he felt that it was inappropriate, so he said angrily, "If you can produce evidence that you fought against the sea race, I'll let you hit me a few times. If you can't, humph, you know the consequences. A cold gleam flickered across his face. Not to mention that he did not believe that Yunxiao could really survive the trip to the sea. Even if he did, he would not have the courage to hit him. Really? Yunxiao's face turned cold, and there was a playful smile on his lips. Of course, Ruan Shichuan replied proudly. I'm a 6 stars martial emperor. How can I trick a martial honor like you? Yunxiao nodded, then threw something to the ground and said, City Lord, take a look and see if this is the head of the Green Snapper Commander. What? Everyone was shocked for a moment and hurriedly came over to watch. Even Liao Yongbing was shocked. Since Yunxiao had said so, it must be true. He gave the calm young man a horrified look, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. How did he do it? Ji Zhengxiang was also extremely shocked. He grabbed the head and examined it a few times before exhaling heavily. His face was filled with unconcealed shock as he said, I can't tell if it's the Green Snapper Commander's head, but this head is indeed a high-level martial supreme. It should be true. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and looked at Yunxiao in horror. Ruan Shichuan's expression also changed as he said angrily, How is that possible? Ji Zhengxiang, you're trying to set me up with him. Ji Zhengxiang's expression was indifferent. He raised the head in front of Ruan Shichuan with both hands and said, My lord, you can see for yourself. You should be able to tell if it's a high-level martial supreme's head better than me. Ruan Shichuan stared at the broken head for a while, and his hands were covered in cold sweat. It was indeed the head of a high-level martial supreme. Lord Shichuan, Yunxiao said indifferently, what do you think? Ruan Shichuan's face turned pale. How did you do it? He asked. There must be something fishy about this. Yunxiao's face immediately darkened as he shouted. Whether there's something fishy or not has something to do with your excellency. But you said you would let me beat you up. Can you fulfill your promise now? Everyone had a strange expression on their faces as they looked at Ruan Shichuan. Ruan Shichuan's face turned pale. He couldn't take back what he had said in front of everyone, so he said coldly, Humph! If you have the ability, then come and fight me. I'll just stand here and not move. If you don't dare to make a move, don't say I've broken the contract. There was a fierce and violent look on his face as he stared at Yunxiao. He knew that Yunxiao would not have the courage to do so. Yunxiao nodded with a smile and said, As a 6 stars martial emperor, your protective origin energy is very powerful. I'm afraid that my fist will be shattered. May I use a weapon? Ruan Shichuan's face darkened and he said coldly, If you have the guts, you can do whatever you want. Without saying a word, Yunxiao took out his hammer and walked up to it. Liao Yongbing sighed and turned around. He had already expected what would happen next. It would be a terrible scene. This was the example of how one would not die if they did not seek death. Excitement also shone in the eyes of the members of the Battle Blade team as they waited for a good show. On the other hand, Gan Wuqin and the others had fierce looks on their faces, waiting to see how Yunxiao would be finished. Lord Shiquan, I'm sorry to offend you. Let's go, Yunxiao said indifferently as he raised the hammer and smashed it at the man's chest. A flash of lightning flashed across the hall, and a long arc was drawn behind the hammer. Ruan Shichuan's expression suddenly changed. The lightning was so strong that it instantly pierced through his protective energy. His cold expression instantly turned into fear, but it was too late. He spat out a word in shock. You're so silly. Bang! The hammer directly smashed into his chest, and a bolt of lightning passed through it, causing a huge black pit to appear on the ground behind him. The entire hall was almost shaken to the point of being annihilated, and chaos was everywhere. Ruan Shichuan's body was sent flying by the lightning, spinning in the air countless times before landing outside the hall. Apart from Liao Yongbing and the members of the Battle Blade team, everyone else's mouths were wide open. Their minds went blank and they lost the ability to think. Ji Zhengxiang and Gan Wuqin rubbed their eyes as hard as they could, thinking that they were seeing things. However, after rubbing their eyes a few times, they still saw Ruan Shichuan lying on the ground in the distance. His body was pitch black and constantly emitting smoke. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. "Mr. Feiyang, is he dead?" Liao Yongbing asked softly. Ji Zhengxiang and Gan Wuqin were both shocked and trembled. A 6-stars martial sovereign was going to die under the attack of an 8-stars martial supreme? This was especially so for the members of Gan Wuqin's team. They suddenly seemed to understand something, as if they had offended someone they could not afford to offend. Their faces all paled as they looked at Gan Wuqin in despair, fear appearing on their faces. "Although he's a bit of a scumbag, he's still quite strong," Yunxiao said with a smile. "He'll be of use in the upcoming defense of the city. If he didn't have a use for it, he wouldn't have been able to live to Baichong City," he added after a pause. The members of the Wuqin unit were all covered in cold sweat, their bodies trembling and their teeth chattering in fear. Yunxiao gave them a look and said, "There's no need to be afraid. I don't have the time to argue with you. The situation in White Rush City is extremely grim. If everyone does their best to defend the city, we'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy." Yes, yes. Gan Wuqin was quick-witted, and he immediately seized the opportunity. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I'll do my best. Thank you, Lord Feiyang, for letting bygones be bygones. Even if we die, we must protect this city. As long as we live, the city will live. If the city dies, the city will die. Although you are greedy and narrow-minded, you are very smart," Yunxiao said. "It's easy to talk to smart people." Gan Wuqin wiped the sweat off his forehead, nodded repeatedly, and stepped to the side. A huge rock was finally put down from his heart. His life was temporarily saved. Liao Yongbing frowned. "Mr. Feiyang, are you saying that we have to stay and defend the city?" Ji Zhengxiang suddenly looked overjoyed as he looked at Yunxiao with anticipation. "Yes," Yunxiao said seriously. "If we leave now, Whitewash City will definitely fall. I'm afraid that they'll break through this place and cause the entire Eastern Sea defense line to collapse." Liao Yongbing's face was full of worry. He was not a warrior of justice, and if it were not for the situation, he would not have been forced to fight on the front line. He said, "But with just the few of us here—" "Of course we can't," Yunxiao said. "But we have to wait until the Eastern region sends someone here. Although I'm not a selfless person, this matter concerns the safety of my clan, so I have to do my best." Overjoyed, Ji Zhengxiang hurriedly bowed to Yunxiao and said gratefully, "Zhengxiang will never forget young Master Feiyang's great kindness." Yunxiao helped him up and said, "It's not a favor. You don't have to thank me. I'm not the one who helped you. Take out all the vitality stones in the city. I'm going to set up a great formation outside the city to wait for the marine race." "Young Master Feiyang, you're a formation master?" Ji Zhengxiang asked in delight. Yunxiao nodded. "I know a little. I can also repair the teleportation arrays in the city." Ji Zhengxiang was overjoyed. He suddenly felt as if he had seen boundless light from the darkness. He hastily offered the dragon crystal with both hands and said respectfully, "All manpower and resources in the city will be under the command of young Master Feiyang." Yunxiao put away the dragon crystal without any hesitation. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from outside. It was the unconscious Ruan Shichuan who suddenly got up. His whole body was black, and he turned into a ray of light and rushed over. "Li Feiyang, I'm going to kill you." Just now, he had been knocked unconscious by the tremendous power of the thunderbolt. The first thing he did after waking up was to seek revenge from Yunxiao. He did not expect the other party to be stronger than him, so he thought it was the hammer. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes. A hammer appeared in his hand, and he raised it high and was about to slam it down. Ruan Shichuan was shocked and quickly stopped. He stomped his feet and instantly turned into several afterimages. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake as they rushed forward from different directions. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth as he disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he appeared directly above Ruan Shichuan's real body and smashed down with his hammer. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the hammer, and the other end of the hammer shot up into the sky, blasting away the remaining ruins of the hall. Bang! Ruan Shichuan crashed into the ground without a doubt, creating a bottomless pit on the ground. Everyone retreated in shock. At this moment, Gan Wuqin and the others completely shut their mouths and put away any signs of resistance. If Yunxiao had used an opportunistic move to send Ruan Shichuan flying earlier, then this was a completely head-on fight, and he had sent a 6-stars martial emperor flying with one move. No wonder Liao Yongbing had been so respectful to this man. It turned out that he had known Yunxiao's strength for a long time. It also made sense that the Warblade team had remained unscathed. Gan Wuqin was filled with regret. He cursed himself for being so stupid. He didn't even see through such a huge flaw, and he still stood against this man. He had almost fallen into the abyss of eternal damnation. Fortunately, this man was magnanimous and didn't hold it against them. Otherwise, a single hammer strike would have wiped out an entire team. Lord Yongbing, I'll leave Ruan Shichuan to you, Yunxiao said. I hope he will listen to me and cooperate with the defense of the city. Otherwise, I'll kill him. It was better not to have a disobedient martial emperor. Otherwise, it would be a great hidden danger if he had disloyalty. Liao Yongbing nodded heavily. Although he didn't want to stay to defend the city, he would do his best since he had already decided. He turned to Liang Yuanji and Gan Wuqin and said, all of you, go patrol the area and find the other team as soon as possible. The city lord will send people to monitor the movements of the sea and report immediately if there is a situation. Yes, let's go. The crowd shouted in unison, and the entire White Rush city surrounded Yunxiao. After Yunxiao assigned the tasks in the city, everyone began to get busy. Ji Zhengxiang had also taken out all kinds of resources in the entire White Rush city and handed them to Yunxiao. At this moment, he had 100% trust in Yunxiao. Yunxiao pointed to a man beside him and said, take him to the teleportation formation. He's an 8th-tier alchemist, and he can help you repair the teleportation formation. Ji Zhengxiang was overjoyed and looked at the man. He saw that the man was very young, and he had some doubts about his ability. But, since he was introduced by Yunxiao, he naturally did not dare to question him on the spot. What made him feel strange was that this person wasn't among the people who had entered the city. How did this person appear? Gu Yuexing gave Yunxiao a complicated look and said, Lord Feiyang trusts me so much, aren't you afraid I'll run away? Yunxiao stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, what do you think? Gu Yuexing's expression changed slightly. He put his hands together and bowed. I won't let down Lord Feiyang's trust. He had long known Yunxiao's identity, and he had learned a lot from Yuan Gaohan during this period of time, so the little resentment he had before had long disappeared. Even if he was asked to leave Yuan Gaohan now, he would probably not agree. When he was released and asked for Yunxiao's help in repairing the array, he had thought of escaping with the help of the array and going to the Holy Region to find Yuan Gaohan's real body for help, but he gave up the idea on second thought. If that were the case, not only would the Holy Region be unable to deal with Yunxiao, but Yuan Gaohan's avatar would also be put in extreme danger. If Yunxiao ruthlessly killed this clone, Yuan Gaohan's alchemy skills would never improve again, which was something Gu Yuexing did not want to see. Moreover, he was not confident that he could escape. After all, the man in front of him was the legendary peerless martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang, whose title was Army Destroyer. After watching Ji Zhengxiang fly away with Gu Yuexing, Yunxiao flew up to the top of the city wall and carefully observed the terrain. His glabella flashed, and a ray of light shot out. Piu Jinshan instantly reappeared. This buy-in. Piu Jinshan looked around in a daze. From the beginning to the end, he still couldn't understand what was going on with him. Yunxiao pointed to the front and said, the sea race is coming to attack the city soon. I'm going to set up several arrays here. What do you think? Piu Jinshan was stunned. The sea race is attacking the city? What is this place? He looked around in a daze and saw that the people in the city were all in a hurry. The entire city seemed to be shrouded in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Yunxiao's face darkened. You don't need to know this, he shouted. I need to set up several arrays here that can block the army of 100,000 Sea Tribe soldiers and withstand the attacks of high-level martial sovereigns. 100,000 troops? A high-level martial supreme. Piu Jinshan was shocked and said, If the 100,000 soldiers are only at the 3 talents, for symbols and 5 elements realm, there shouldn't be a problem. If his realm is any higher, there's still a high-level marshal supreme. He looked embarrassed. Xianxia said coldly, the army of 100,000 is basically at the realm of 6 directions, 7 constellations and 8 desolations, and there may not be only one high-level martial emperor. I don't care about that. You must stop them for me, or I'll throw you out and let you stop them. This buy-in. P52 was instantly dumbfounded. He still couldn't react to what had happened, and he was about to face a crisis of life and death. We don't have much time left, Xianxia said with a solemn expression. In 3 to 10 days, the sea race will definitely come to attack. Although he had not come into contact with Xianxia many times, he had observed his personality very clearly. He would definitely not allow himself to suffer such a huge loss. He would definitely adjust his condition in the shortest time possible and attack with all his might. What he was most worried about right now was still that deep-sea giant beast. If it was mobilized, the entire White Surge City would probably not be able to stop it. All of a sudden, Xianxia's face flickered, and an idea flashed through his mind. He seemed to understand the situation in Motian City and the intention of the Sea Clan. If they were also summoning deep-sea beasts there, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. He didn't know about the hidden cards of the skyscraping city, but he had experienced the strength of the deep-sea giant beast. If those things could really be summoned, and more than one and in groups, not to mention the skyscraping city, even the Red Moon City or the Misty Snow Sacred City might not be able to stop them. Young Master Xianxia, what's wrong? P52 asked carefully when he saw Xianxia's face turn pale all of a sudden, not knowing what had happened. Xianxia snorted and said, mind your own business. In short, in 10 days at most, 3 days would be the best. Set up a few powerful arrays for me. At that time, you will be the main array below the city. If the array is broken, you will be the first one to die. With a wave of his hand, he transferred all the resources that Xianxia had given him to P52. Furthermore, with a flash of light, the 5-element white fish also flew over. P52 was already dumbfounded. When he saw the 5 elements white fish, he immediately revealed a look of joy and said excitedly, if you have this, give me 3 days. I can set up a great 5 elements barrier. I can even block a few high-level martial sovereigns. I hope so, Xianxia said. In short, you have to remember that you are the one who is in charge of the formation. If the formation is broken, I will not let you escape into the city. P52's face immediately turned green as he sobbed. Lord Cloudsky, are there really 100,000 sea tribes? What's the cultivation base of a high-level martial supreme? How many of them are there? There are more than 100,000 sea tribe members, but I don't know how many high-level martial sovereigns there are, Xianxia said. But one of them is a deep-sea beast, and its strength may be comparable to a 9-stars martial sovereign. A 9-stars martial sovereign. P52's heart fell into a bottomless abyss, and he felt the world spinning. He cried, Lord Xianxia, it's my fault for offending you before. I've tried my best to make up for it, and you've also promised to let me live. Even if I do everything I can, it's impossible to stop a 9-star martial sovereign. Xianxia looked at him coldly and snorted. Don't act pitiful in front of me. Do as you see fit. He flicked his sleeves and left, turning into a ray of light that shot up into the clouds. He entered the void and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. P52's glass heart shattered to the ground as he gave the void a resentful look. He knew that Xianxia must be watching him every minute, so it was impossible for him to escape. He could only try his best to set up an array with all the things he had learned. He held the 5 elements white fish in his hand and regained some of his confidence. He didn't know how powerful it would be if he could set up a great 5 elements boundary with this thing. Perhaps it could really block a 9-star martial sovereign. Xianxia smiled as he watched P52 get busy in the void, but his eyes were flashing with a serious look. With a flash, he directly transformed into a human form in the Divine Realm tablet and looked at the endless land. In a barren land, there was a red patch. The blood fiend that he had captured earlier was lying on the ground, seemingly resting. Xianxia disappeared from where he was and reappeared above the blood fiend, deep in thought. The blood beast seemed to have sensed something. It rose to its feet and stared vigilantly at Xianxia while growling, and its eyes shone with a fierce light. "This thing of yours is also made of endless tainted blood," Xianxia said. "You can use it to make some use of its remaining heat." He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the blood fiend was immediately pulled up. It struggled with all its might, but to no avail. Bang! Xianxia clenched his fingers, and the blood beast exploded, turning into a pool of blood in the air. But soon, it gathered toward the center and condensed again, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Humph! Xianxia snorted and crushed it again. Then he took out some raw materials, unfolded them in front of him, and threw them into the tainted blood. A series of hand seals flashed through his hands, and rays of golden light were sent into it, starting to refine. 3 days later, Xianxia sat cross-legged in the air with a long, red ruler floating in front of him, spinning. The surrounding spirit chi gushed madly into the blood ruler and was constantly sucked in. Xianxia took out a large number of primordial stones and shattered them in the air. Then the blood ruler swallowed the vast amount of primordial chi as if it could never be full. 2 days later, the blood ruler's spinning speed became slower and slower. Finally, it stopped and quietly floated in the air. Xianxia opened his eyes as well, and there was a look of joy on his face. With a wave of his hand, the blood ruler fell into his hand, and runes flashed on it one after another. In the end, the light converged, and it looked like an ordinary red jade ruler. Xianxia muttered to himself with some heartache. "In order to feed this thing, I've almost used up all my primordial stones. If I can't unleash its power to my satisfaction, then it really won't be worth it." Although his heart ached, there was still joy in his eyes. He seemed to be very satisfied. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from the divine realm tablet and reappeared in the sky above Whitewash City. Xianxia looked out of the city and saw Piu Jinshan sitting cross-legged on a big rock, his hands in a strange incantation gesture, and he was not moving. His body did not seem to have changed at all. But, when Xianxia swept his divine sense over it, he felt an extremely dangerous aura coming at his face. Even he felt a little frightened, as if he would suffer an unimaginable attack as soon as he entered it. Xianxia was surprised, but he smiled. Humans could only unleash their greatest potential when they were facing life and death. In the city, Gu Yuexing had also almost finished repairing the teleportation array. He had also helped Ji Zhengxiang repair the city's great array. He used to be a secret alchemist and knew many strange secret techniques. He also joined in and made Ji Zhengxiang extremely happy. At the same time, Ji Zhengxiang was also trying to find out Yunxiao's identity, but he was interrupted by Gu Yuexing. "Don't ask if you don't want to die. You don't have the right to know the identity of this lord." This shocked Ji Zhengxiang, and he was filled with all kinds of speculations about Yunxiao's identity. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The stronger Yunxiao was, the greater the confidence he had in defending Whiterush City. There's a chubby girl living upstairs. She starts to jump rope every night around 9 o'clock sharp. She's very perseverant, and I should learn from her. On this day, the passage between Baichong City and the outside world was finally restored. Good news came from Blazing Light City, and a large number of martial artists were teleported over to help defend the city. The Redwater team led by Lechi had also been found, and the Towering Sky City had also sent an order for Liao Yongbing and the other 2 teams to stay in Baichong City to assist the Castellan Ji Zhengxiang. The city lord's mansion had a new meeting hall. It was very simple, but it did not lose its majesty. Everyone gathered inside. There were close to 100 people seated in the hall. They were the 3 martial sovereigns and a few captains from the skyscraping city, some martial sovereigns and captains from the Blazing Light City, and finally some of the leaders from Baichong City. The atmosphere was still all right, but Ruan Shichuan was sitting there alone, exuding an inexplicable chill, making the atmosphere of the entire venue extremely awkward. Lechi didn't know what had happened, but seeing Ruan Shichuan's gloomy expression, He knew that there must be something wrong. However, it wasn't convenient for him to ask, so he could only stand there quietly with a habitual smile on his face. Xianxia's face was full of enthusiasm as he said in delight, "Thank you for coming all the way here to help us. I'll introduce everyone to each other." 10 squads had arrived from Blazing Light City, 2 of which were level 1 squads, 3 of which were level 2 squads, and 5 of which were level 3 squads. As such, the strength of the entire Whiterush City had been doubled. 2 of the first-level teams were from the local sects of the Eastern region, the Mountain-Crushing Sect and the Moon-Bearing Sword Sect. They were led by a few mid-stage martial supreme elders. Everyone's face was filled with pride and confidence, as if they were the only ones who could stop them. The elders of the 2 sects nodded at Ruan Shichuan and Ilechi of the Red Moon City, and they just glanced at the others. Even though he was a little arrogant, Xianxia was still exceptionally happy. After introducing himself to everyone, some of the elders of Baichong City also had happy expressions on their faces, and they were all grinning from ear to ear. "We'll definitely do our best to assist you, Lord Castellan," Ilechi said. "It won't be a problem for us to protect a city." He also knew a lot about the East Sea battlefront. All the experts in the entire coastal area were gathered in the sky-towering city, while the other places were just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals at most. It was much safer to stay here. Xianxia expressed his gratitude, then turned to Yunxiao and said, "I wonder how confident Lord Feiyang is in defending the city." The crowd was taken aback, and their brows furrowed slightly as they sized Yunxiao up, wondering why Xianxia had asked this man. Yunxiao smiled slightly, but it was a bitter smile. The key to defending the city was whether Piu Jinshan's Great Five Elements barrier could stop the deep-sea giant beast. If it could, the city would be fine, but if it could not, he would still die unless another 100 teams came and annihilated the beast with a sea of people. A trace of worry flashed across Xianxia's face as he asked tentatively, "Does Lord Feiyang feel that you are not confident?" "I hope so," Yunxiao sighed. "I hope it works." His declaration immediately caused Xianxia's heart to become heavy. The atmosphere in the hall became slightly oppressive. "Haha, I hope it works, right?" Yen Shushu, an elder of the mountain-crushing sect, sneered. He raised his chin and gave Yunxiao a contemptuous look as he said, "What's this person's name? You dare to speak so arrogantly here." Yunxiao shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "If I don't say, 'I hope it works,' then should I say, 'I hope it doesn't work'?" Yen Shushu's face darkened, and he shouted, "How audacious! Only martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens are qualified to speak here. Who do you think you are to speak so casually?" Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all had different expressions. Xianxia secretly felt that things were bad and hurriedly stood up to mediate, but he heard Ruan Shichuan's strange voice from behind him, "Humph, with Lord Feiyang's divine might. What sea beast can't he kill? Don't try to scare us little minions." "Haha. Lord Shichuan is really humorous." Yen Shushu laughed sarcastically and said to Ruan Shichuan in an attempt to please him, "For an ignorant junior like him, just give him 100 slaps and let him reflect on his actions." Ruan Shichuan's face flashed with a cold smile as he squinted his eyes and said, "I don't think that's a good idea. After all, we're all on the same side and fighting for the human race." Yen Shushu quickly became respectful and loudly praised. "Lord Shiquan is indeed of noble character and prioritizes the overall situation. We are ashamed of our inferiority." Ruan Shichuan's face turned red. "Lord Shushu, you're being too serious. Let's listen to what this Lord Feiyang has to say." "Hee. What wise ideas can he possibly have?" Yen Shushu's eyes flashed with contempt, and he laughed. "Well, I have to learn from Lord Shichuan's magnanimity, so I'll just listen to his words." Everyone cast a disdainful look at Yen Shushu. This kind of flattery was no different from kneeling and licking. You're a mid-stage martial supreme after all, is it really good to flatter him like this? However, Yen Shushu acted as if nothing had happened and continued to sit proudly. Ilechi didn't know the details, but he found that something was wrong. Both he and Ruan Shichuan came from Red Moon City, and he knew that the latter was by no means an easy person to talk to. There must be something between Ruan Shichuan and Yunxiao. Everyone's here for Baichong City, so please don't misunderstand. Ji Zhengxiang hastily added. Although young Master Feiyong is only an 8-star Martial Supreme, his strength is extraordinary. Oh, Yan Shushu said disdainfully. Then if there's a chance, I'll definitely ask young Master Feiyong to give us some pointers. Ha! Ha ha! Ji Zhengxiang was extremely anxious. The sea race had not arrived yet, and if they directly caused internal conflicts, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. There's a chance, Yun Xiao said indifferently. I'll have a chance. Yan Shushu's laughter suddenly stopped, and his face darkened. He shouted, What did you say, kid? Gu Yuexing had been standing carefully behind Yun Xiao with an expressionless face. At this moment, he raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Yan Shushu with undisguisable ridicule. Ruan Shichuan was secretly pleased with himself. He also hoped to use the power of these two sects to deal with Yun Xiao. Even now, he could not be sure what Yun Xiao's cultivation base was, but he did not dare to fight again. Lechi frowned and said, Elder Shushu, the war is urgent at the moment, so I hope you can do me a favor. Any grudges, any dissatisfaction, we can talk about it after the defense of the city. How about it? Since it's Master Yueqi who interceded for this kid, I naturally won't pursue this matter for the time being, Yan Shushu hurriedly said. Lechi nodded slightly, but when he saw Ruan Shichuan's angry gaze, he was even more curious about what had happened between the two. He turned his eyes to Liao Yongbing, who also had her eyes half closed and pretended not to see anything. So, he could only turn his eyes to Yun Xiao, who had a clear look in his eyes as if nothing had happened. Does young Master Feiyong know the situation of the sea race here very well? I know a little, Yun Xiao said. I know that they have a very huge sea beast with infinite power. I don't know if I can stop it. How powerful is he? Lechi asked. I can't tell you the details, Yun Xiao said. I don't know if those sea beasts can fight on land. I hope they can't, or the situation will be grim. The elder of the moon-bearing sword sect, Jing Yongye, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. If it's a giant beast, you don't have to worry too much. This time, the Toyu sword sect also brought 3 8th-grade netherworld battleships, which are the best at dealing with giant beasts. Great! Ji Zhengxiang was overjoyed and hurriedly said, With 3 8th-grade warships, there's nothing to worry about. I will never forget the righteousness of the Moon Sword sect. It's our duty to defend our clan in this war, Jing Yongye said with a serious expression. Yun Xiao was also slightly delighted. With 3 netherworld warships and the Great 5 Elements barrier, they might really be able to stop the deep-sea giant beast. Ji Zhengxiang bowed to everyone and said, I'll leave the safety of Baichong City in your hands. Everyone hurriedly stood up, but no one dared to bow to him. Suddenly, a long, sharp howl came from outside the hall, piercing one's eardrums. Enemy alert! Ji Zhengxiang's expression changed drastically. Liao Yongbing's pupils shrank, and he said, They actually came so quickly. He turned his eyes to Yun Xiao. Ji Zhengxiang did the same. Although he was the city lord, it seemed that everything was under Yun Xiao's control. Yan Shushu's brows furrowed, and a trace of gloominess and doubt appeared on his face. Jing Yongye's brows also rose slightly, but he did not say anything. Let's go to the city gate tower first, Yun Xiao said, his eyes narrowing. Under Ji Zhengxiang's lead, nearly 100 experts flew up to the top of the city wall and stood in a row as they looked into the distance. The figures of the sea race couldn't be seen on the horizon, but everyone could sense the aura of a storm coming. Everyone's faces revealed a grave expression. Jing Yongye's eyes were fixed on the outside of the city, and he asked suspiciously, That's Ying Luo. He's an array master invited by Lord Feiyong. Ji Zhengxiang quickly explained. He set up an extremely powerful restriction outside the city. He, Liao Yongbing, and the others were all wondering in their hearts. Piu Jinshan and Gu Yuexing seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and they had no idea when Yun Xiao had called them over. Or were they old acquaintances and had been in the city all this time? I see. Jing Yongye nodded, and he could not help but reevaluate Yun Xiao. I didn't expect an array master to be here, It should be foolproof. Yan Shushu sneered. Even array masters can be divided into many types. I can see that the area outside is completely blank, and there isn't a single trace of a formation. Could it be that this formation master forgot to set it up? Everyone frowned and looked down the city. Indeed, they couldn't feel any powerful restrictions, so they were all suspicious. Yunxiao looked into the distance and knew that it would take some time for the army of the Sea Tribe to arrive. So he turned and walked toward Yan Shushu. Ji Zhengxiang was greatly alarmed and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Lord Feiyang Qianxian. Yunxiao frowned and said indifferently, "Previously, this lord said that he wanted to ask me for some guidance. I was just planning to give him this opportunity." Yan Shushu was stunned for a moment, and then his face darkened. He coldly said, "What did you say, kid? My ears aren't good." Ji Zhengxiang was so anxious that his head was covered in sweat. He hurriedly said, "Lord Feiyang, United Front, United Front." "We can't work together," Yunxiao said. "An idiot like him will only bring trouble to us. I might as well help him." "What did you say?" "Damn it," Yan Shushu angrily said. His aura suddenly burst out, pushing several people around him away, and he was about to attack Yunxiao. Suddenly, a ray of light descended, and he saw Jing Yongye's hand pat his shoulder. That violent aura suddenly disappeared without a trace, and Yan Shushu's expression changed greatly. "Elder Shushu," Jing Yongye said, "let it go for my sake. The army is about to arrive. Do you want the sea race to laugh at us?" Yan Shushu's eyes flashed with horror. His aura had just burst out, but it had been scattered by the other party's casual palm. He immediately understood the difference between the two. His face turned extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't think that Elder Yongye would also defend such an arrogant and ignorant junior. I won't protect anyone. I'll only protect the interests of my clan." Jing Yongyi replied indifferently, "I hope everyone can consider the big picture. It's the same for Elder Shushu and young Master Feiyang." "You can't say that." Ruan Shichuan suddenly spoke up. "As the saying goes, before dealing with the outside world, we must first settle the internal affairs. If there are people who are not united and put on an act all day long, it will only do more harm than good to the war." Yan Shushu saw that Ruan Shichuan was protecting him and was instantly overjoyed. He coldly looked at Jing Yongye and said, "Lord Shiquan is right. I hope that Elder Yongye will not make a mistake for an undeserved person." He believed that Jing Yongye would not dare to reject Ruan Shichuan's request. As expected, Jing Yongye's brows immediately furrowed. He was also unwilling to go against the people of the Red Moon City in public, as it would not benefit him or his affairs. Ji Zhengxiang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and immediately took a deep breath before shouting, "Don't quarrel! According to the request of the Eastern region's higher-ups, you are all sent to assist me and listen to my command. Do you want to disobey my order?" At this time, he had no choice but to use the chicken feather as a token of authority. He did not want to see an internal fight. Everyone frowned and looked displeased, but no one said anything. After all, this was the request from the higher-ups, and it was not good to disobey. "Haha, the city lord is right. Let's all put aside our personal grudges. Don't forget the purpose of our visit, which is to obey the city lord's orders and fight against the sea race. If something goes wrong, no one will be able to bear the responsibility." Ilechi also tried to smooth things over. He didn't know about the grudge between Ruan Shichuan and Yunxiao, but it was indeed not the time for internal strife. If Yunxiao was an ordinary 8 stars Marshal Supreme, he could have just killed him with a palm strike, but it did not look that simple. "In that case," Yunxiao said, "I'll definitely give you face, City Lord. However, I'm feeling a little unwell, so I'll be taking a rest." He directly transmitted a message and summoned Piyu Jinshan, before turning around and flying down the city. Piyu Jinshan was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed and followed her happily. He had been worried sick for the past few days. He was afraid that he would die in battle. Now that he didn't have to fight the sea race at the front line, he was overjoyed. He smiled and nodded at everyone. Gu Yuexing glanced at the crowd contemptuously and followed them. Liang Yuanji's expression was extremely ugly as well. It was not his place to interject when these martial emperor powerhouses were arguing. However, he still mustered up his courage and said, "The members of our team are also feeling unwell, so we'll go rest first." Without waiting for further instructions, the members of the Battle Blade team flew down from the city and followed Yunxiao. Xianxia looked embarrassed. Yunxiao was not giving him any face at all. But, when he thought of the other party's ability, he could do nothing about it. Is Lady Yangbing also feeling unwell? Liao Yangbing wanted to go down as well, but everyone was staring at him. He blushed and said, "Although it's a little uncomfortable, I can still hold on." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. He should be fine after resting for a while, so there's no need to worry." No one spoke again. Yunxiao's departure with his team might be the best solution, so at least there would be no internal strife when they faced the enemy. In an instant, the oppressive aura in the distance became stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, the world changed color. A large number of sea race people flew over in the sky, their killing intent shaking the sky. The sky was filled with the figures of the sea race. Moreover, all of them had used seawater to condense into clouds and were stepping on the water clouds. From a distance, it looked like a large lake floating in the sky. "Everyone in White Surge City, listen up. Those who surrender will not be killed." A heaven-shaking roar rang out from the sea race, causing the entire sky to tremble. It resounded through all of Whitewash City, and all the humans paled. Knowing that a powerful enemy was coming, panic instantly spread through the city. Everyone nervously looked up at the city walls, hoping that the experts would be able to stop them. They all began to pray. Xianxia looked at the Sea Tribe army in the distance, his eyes spewing fire as he roared, "Are there any warriors of White Surge City who have surrendered?" "No, I didn't. I won't surrender even if I die," everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. All of a sudden, everyone's blood was ignited, and their battle intent soared. The members of the Sea Tribe were all frowning and their faces were ferocious. They were all rubbing their fists and wiping their palms, wanting to rush down and kill. Guangyi sat quietly in the chariot and glanced at Yun Xiang. "Cousin, these stubborn humans won't surrender. Kill them all. It's just a city, we can just wipe it out." Ruo Xiang's eyes had been fixed on the city tower, but he did not see Yunxiao. He was suspicious. Is Yunxiao not in the city and he just happened to pass by? His expression was uncertain. Since the army had already come out, it was impossible to return empty-handed. He said, "Cousin, I know you've always been unconvinced of me. Do you need a chance to perform now?" Guangyi was stunned but immediately understood what he meant. He snorted, "Cousin, you want me to probe the depths of this city and be cannon fodder, right? The people of my clan have never lacked the word courage. There are countless brave warriors who are willing to step out. If you're not willing, then retreat to the back and don't block the path of the warriors." Guangyi's face turned white with anger. He clapped his hands and shouted angrily, "Don't try to provoke me with your words. I will bring a group of warriors and raze this city to the ground. I will let cousin know that there are people in the East Sea." A hint of mockery flashed across Ruo Xiang's face as he snorted. "Then I'd like to see cousin's might." He placed his hands behind his head and lazily laid on the chair. Guangyi's face turned green and he shouted, "Are there any Sea Tribe warriors who are willing to go down with me? I'm willing to follow Lord Guangyi to battle." There was a loud roar behind him, and everyone was fighting to get up, constantly squeezing out. Only then did Guangyi's face reveal a smug expression. He glanced at Run Xiang and snorted lightly, saying in a clear voice, "Those who are not afraid of death, follow me." He took the lead, a long white sword in his hand. He rushed down from the sky and attacked the city tower. Almost all the Sea Tribe members followed and descended from the sky. All of the humans in Whitewash City paled as they looked up at the sky in shock. Xianxia, who was on top of the city wall, also gasped. Although the city had been sealed off by the Green Snapper tribe for a long time, this was the first time they were facing the Sea Tribe head-on. He roared, "Kill all the experts with me." The sounds of killing immediately shook the heavens as the soldiers on the city walls also flew up and charged toward the sea tribe. At the same time, the city's great array was also directly opened. The power of the barrier spread out and wrapped the city tightly. From time to time, the barrier glowed with golden light. It flowed on top of it and gathered together. When it reached a certain concentration, it condensed into a golden light and shot out, instantly penetrating several members of the sea tribe on the spot. Xianxia looked up into the sky and said, "This city's defensive array is not bad. Did you set it up?" Guiyuesheng quickly replied respectfully, "It's just a little modification. I've added 2 defensive barriers and set up a few small attacking arrays. It's like adding flowers to a brocade. Yes, it's just a little trick, but it's better than nothing." Piu Jinshan took a look. It seemed that the level of this city protection formation was too low and couldn't arouse his interest. Guiyuesheng's expression changed and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He snorted heavily and said, "Sir, your tone is very stinky. Did you not brush your teeth?" Piu Jinshan laughed. "Haha, Junior, you're just a little capable. Your temper is quite arrogant." As a master of arrays, he naturally would not argue with Guiyuesheng. Moreover, his current status was very awkward, and he did not know whether he was Xianxiao's subordinate or a servant. Guiyuesheng was not a kind person, but he had acted submissively in front of Yuan Gaohan and Xianxiao, so he would not allow anyone to ridicule him. "Sir, since you think you have the ability, why don't you try drawing a line?" Before he met Yuan Gaohan, he was already extremely arrogant. He had learned a lot from Yuan Gaohan and simply didn't put anyone in his eyes. Piu Jinshan gave Xianxiao a look, asking for his opinion. "What time is it now?" Xianxiao waved his hand and said, "Be quiet." His gaze focused slightly, and the blood moon appeared, looking through the layers of buildings and directly staring at the distant Yunxiang. Although he couldn't see the huge-faced sea beast, there was an extremely terrifying aura beside Yunxiang, and he was afraid that he could summon the huge-faced sea beast at any time. Guiyuesheng snorted heavily. Naturally, he did not dare to disobey Yunxiao's order, but the look he gave Piu Jinshan grew colder and colder, with a strong sense of provocation. Piu Jinshan felt depressed. He also wanted to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson, so he couldn't help but say, "Lord Xianxiao, I don't think these sea race people are a threat. If I were to be the main force outside, I would be able to exterminate them in a few rounds. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Killing until the sky turns dark and the ghosts wail and the gods howl. It's so noisy." "Wait and see," Xianxiao said. "There will be a time for you to show off. Even if you don't want to go out, it won't be up to you." Piu Jinshan's heart stirred, and he immediately stopped talking as he pondered over Yunxiao's words. The earth-shattering battle outside the city was extremely tragic. It was like a huge meat grinder. Many people had just rushed in, but before they could react, their heads were chopped off or their bodies exploded. A large number of human and sea race corpses fell down, dyeing the ground red. The sea race's numbers were too large, and they suppressed the human race in an instant. They killed as they retreated, and they all fled into the city's protective formation, relying on the barrier of the formation to protect themselves. Jingyong Ye's killing rage soared to the heavens, and he made a hand seal that shot into the air. The rune flashed in the air and disappeared. Then, a huge black hole appeared, constantly emitting energy fluctuations, causing the sky to shake. The members of the sea race were all stunned, and they all looked up. Run Xiang's pupils also constricted, and he suddenly shouted, "Not good! It's a battleship attack!" Guang Yi was also shocked. He knew the power of the human warships, and there were some low-level warships in the palace of Donghai, but the power emanating from the sky was by no means comparable to those low-level warships. "Quick! Don't let that battleship out!" Guang Yi hollered and was the first to cut through the sky with his sword, slashing towards the black hole. However, the black hole suddenly became bright and spat out a warm jade-like light. It was as if he was holding a piece of jade in his mouth. The light became stronger and stronger, and suddenly bombarded down. Boom! The sky trembled, and a huge beam of light descended with a loud bang. It shattered the sword chi and the attacks of the oceanic species experts. The beam of light shot through the sea tribe, and a large number of them were immediately turned into ashes, leaving no bones behind. All of the members of the sea tribe paled as they stared in shock at the battleship that had completely revealed itself in the sky. It was like a monstrous beast that had blotted out the sky above White Rush City. The human powerhouses in the city were overjoyed, all of them excited. With this warship, there's no need to worry about these dregs not being destroyed, Xianxia said with joy. Don't be too happy just yet, Jing Yongyi said solemnly. Although the battleships are powerful, they are too big of a target. I'm just afraid that their experts will rush in and destroy them. It won't be easy to deal with them. Jing Yongyi suddenly shouted, "Protect the ship!" He turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. Many experts from the sea tribe charged toward the Netherworld warship. A few martial sovereigns among them even broke through the defense of the warship and rushed in. Xianxia's expression also changed drastically as he roared, "Everyone, charge out and protect the warship!" The Netherworld battleship in the sky was constantly emitting all kinds of light. Under the Sea Clan's all-out attack, it began to be destroyed. With the help of the human experts, the situation gradually stabilized. The battle between the two races had shifted from the city to the battleships in the sky. Then, the protective light of the battleship was opened again, and all kinds of attack formations were activated. Boom! 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 Beams of light kept shooting out of the starship. Although they were not as powerful as the first time, they were still very destructive. They were fast and the attacks were very dense. A large number of members of the Sea Tribe were destroyed in a short time. Guang Yi and some of the commanders of the powerful races were furious. Such concentrated attacks were nothing to martial sovereigns, but they had reduced the number of low-level Sea Tribes on a large scale, greatly relieving the pressure on the human experts. All 9 Heavens Realm warriors, follow me and break this battleship, Guang Yi roared. He circulated his Zhen Yuan, and his skin began to turn red. His face also began to twist, showing signs of dragon forming. The white sword in his hand emitted a dazzling cold light as he charged forward. A total of 8 Ninth Heaven Realm experts of the Sea Tribe gathered behind him. They all raised their origin power to the limit and charged toward the warship without any regard for anything else. "Stop him!" Jing Yongye's face darkened as he shouted. The sword light in his hand swept out like a peacock spreading its tail and slashed at Guang Yi. Bang! Guang Yi's sword aura descended, directly pressing down on Jing Yongye's sword. Sword patterns rippled out, constantly cutting the skin of the two. However, the bodies of the sea race were strong, and wounds appeared one after another, but no blood could be seen. On the other hand, Jing Yongye's body was already covered in wounds, and his long clothes were dyed red with blood. Jing Yongyi was greatly alarmed. He had exchanged a few blows with Guang Yi just now, but he hadn't had such power. It seemed that Guang Yi had also used his trump card. Bang! Guang Yi's eyes shot out a cold light, and the sword in his hand slashed down in a seemingly random manner. Each strike was faster than the last, and towards the end, one could barely see the sword's momentum. Only the sword patterns that were constantly rippling out from the clash of the two swords, and the blood that was splattering out from Jing Yongye's body, could be seen. Xianxia and the others were shocked. They wanted to fly over to help, but they were firmly held back by the other party's 9 Heavens experts. They simply could not split their attention. All the fierce fighting in the sky was reflected in the eyes of the humans in the city. Everyone was frightened and didn't know the outcome. Liang Yuanji licked his dry lips and said, "Lord Feiyong, shall we attack as well?" The members of the Battle Blade team also felt their blood boil. Although they were afraid, their battle intent surged. "Be careful," Yun Xiao said. "Sir, you're not coming with us?" Liang Yuanji asked, stunned. Yun Xiao shook his head. Liang Yuanji's expression darkened slightly. After a moment he said, "I hope that Sir will look at the big picture." With that, he led the Battle Blade team and soared into the sky, flying towards the warship above. He thought Yun Xiao was still fussing over what had happened, but Yunxiao did not bother to explain. He just kept an eye on Ruinxiang's every move, and as long as he made a move, he would attack. Boom! A loud boom rang out in the air above the battleship as Jing Yongyi was sent flying by Guang Yi's sword. His entire body fell into the battleship and shattered into pieces. Then, Guang Yi roared and his long sword turned into a huge sword shape. It slashed down from the sky and pierced through the entire 8th grade warship. The hearts of all the humans trembled violently. They looked over in horror and saw that the defense of the battleship had been destroyed in an instant. Spiritual qi kept overflowing from the battleship, and the body of the battleship was shaking violently, becoming extremely unstable. Not good. Everyone, retreat. Ji Zhengxiang was shocked and suddenly shouted. That battleship looked like it was about to explode. The human warriors were shocked. They turned around and retreated into the city. Don't go. Come and save me. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Yan Shushu had been injured by a 9 Heavens Realm expert and was thrown into the battleship. A few mountain-crushing sect ancient martial art practitioners were shocked and rushed over to help. Humph, ants. The marine race expert turned around, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He roared and threw a punch in the air, instantly crushing 2 mountain destruction sect martialists. The remaining people were all scared out of their wits. They hurriedly turned around and fled, not daring to delay for even a moment. Yan Shushu's face revealed a look of despair. He suddenly looked at Ruan Shichuan, who was about to leave, and shouted, Lord Shiquan, save me. Ruan Shichuan turned his head and frowned. He looked at Yan Shushu's opponent and suddenly said, Lord Shushu, you must hold on. I'm quite injured, but I'll support you mentally. As long as you have the determination to not lose, you'll definitely be able to overcome any difficulty. With that, Ruan Shichuan disappeared in a few flashes. He was so fast that he was completely unharmed. Yan Shushu was dumbfounded and fell into despair. Soon, there was no one around the battleship, and the sea race also kept retreating. However, the enemy of the 9 Heavens realm kept staring at him, as if he would not stop until he tore him apart with his own hands. The violent aura on the battleship was getting stronger and stronger, and it was likely that it would not last much longer. Yan Shushu's face was ashen. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he saw a person crawl out of the ship. It was Jing Yongye, who had been hacked into the ship by Guang Yi. Although he was covered in blood, his eyes flickered with a bright light, and he seemed to still have a lot of energy. Lord Yongye, over here, quickly come and save me. Yan Shushu suddenly shouted. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to live. Jing Yongyi also knew that the battleship was about to explode, and was just about to leave when he saw Yan Shushu. He immediately flew over and loudly said, Let's kill him together. The sword chi in his hand rose in the air, and he stabbed toward the oceanic species expert as one with his sword. What? The marine race expert's expression changed. He had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with the might of that sword chi. He roared in anger as golden light flickered on his fist wind, and he used his physical body to attack the sword chi. Yan Shushu's eyes lit up and he shouted, Good! Let's join forces and kill this guy. He gritted his teeth, and the aura on his body rose to the extreme. He instantly unleashed his potential to the maximum, turning into a ray of light and escaping downward. What? Everyone in the city widened their eyes. How could there be such a shameless person? Boom! The Sea Tribe member's fist light directly collided with Jing Yongye's sword, causing it to emit a loud trembling sound. The sword trembled continuously, and the fist force passed through the sword and into Jing Yongye's body, causing his entire body to tremble. At this moment, he also saw Yan Shushu flying away. He was so angry that he was distracted for a moment. The sword light in his hand suddenly couldn't hold on and was blown away by the other party's fist force. The huge force entered his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was once again shaken into the battleship. When the Sea Clan expert at the 9th Heaven Realm saw that Yan Shushu had escaped, he flew into a rage. Just as he was about to step out and tear Jing Yongyi apart, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly turned into a ray of light to escape. The starship had finally reached its limit, and countless beams of light shot out from it. The violent chi had also reached its peak. Boom! The 8th grade Netherworld battleship exploded in the air, and the impact forced many Sea Tribe warriors to retreat. The light from the explosion of the battleship was like a scorching sun in the sky, lasting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it gradually extinguished. The entire city was silent. Under the shock of that force, everyone was silent, especially Jing Yongyi, who was hit and shattered into pieces. At the same time, Yan Shushu felt uncomfortable all over. His spiritual sense was extremely strong, so he could naturally feel everyone's eyes on him. At first, he could still glare back at a few people, but as more and more people looked at him, their gazes became colder and colder. He also felt like there was a dagger on his back, which was extremely uncomfortable. Congratulations to Lord Shushu for escaping, Ji Zhengxiang said coldly. What? You're not happy that I survived? Yan Shushu snorted angrily. Are you only happy when I'm dead? Everyone was silent. Only an elder of the moon supporting sword school said angrily, Kill this despicable and shameless scoundrel. Avenge Elder Yongye. The disciples of the moon-bearing sword sect were suddenly furious. They instantly surrounded Yan Shushu with their swords drawn and bows bent. Yan Shushu sneered. What? You want to have an internal strife? Internal strife? Even if White Surge City is razed to the ground by the sea race, we'll still kill you, you despicable and shameless person. The elder of the moon-bearing sword sect trembled with anger, and his aura had reached its peak. Ji Zhengxiang's expression changed. When he heard the words White Surge City has been razed to the ground by the sea race, he immediately calmed down and said, Everyone, please listen to me. At this moment, the enemy is approaching the city. It's really not good to have internal strife. Don't forget, Elder Yongye also died in battle to protect the city. That's right. The one who killed Elder Yongye was a member of the sea race. What does that have to do with Brother Shushu? Ruan Shichuan also suddenly spoke up and gave Yan Shushu a friendly smile. Yan Shushu felt like puking when he saw that smile, but he still endured it and returned the favor with a fake smile. He still needed the other party's support. Moreover, with his status and strength, he couldn't make things awkward with the other party. The elder of the moon supporting sword school was furious and said angrily, City Lord, is this how you talk about justice? My moon-bearing sword sect did our best to defend the city for you, even sacrificing an 8th grade warship. You have to do things with a conscience. Yan Shushu's brows raised. That's right. I remember Brother Yongye saying that you brought 2 8th grade battleships. There should be another one. Quickly take it out to fight against the enemy. The eyes of the people from the moon-bearing sword sect were red with anger, and they could not control themselves. Ji Zhengxiang's face was also filled with anger. He coldly stared at Yan Shushu and said to everyone, The moon-bearing sword sect has made a great contribution to Baicheng City. Everyone, please return to your residences and rest for a while. We'll deal with the rest. The elder of the moon-bearing sword school suppressed his anger. He knew that they were weak now, and they would only suffer losses if they continued to make trouble. He glared at Yan Shushu, and then went to the city lord's mansion one by one. Third elder, are we just going to let the great elder die in vain? A warrior of the moon-bearing sword sect said in grief and anger. The elder's face was extremely dark. Without a word, he walked into the manor. Suddenly, he was stunned. In the courtyard, Jing Yongyi was sitting at a small table and tasting the wine, talking and laughing at ease. Ah! The other disciples of the moon-bearing sword sect were also dumbfounded. They stood at the door, not knowing what to do. Come in, Jing Yongyi said with a smile as he looked at the crowd. He gave Yun Xiao a grateful look and said, Don't be surprised, everyone. If it wasn't for young Master Feiyang, I would have died without an intact corpse. Everyone turned their eyes mechanically to Yun Xiao, who was next to them. Their eyes were dull, as if they could not think. They had seen with their own eyes that Jing Yongye had been thrown into the warship, and then the warship had self-destructed, but he had not escaped. Not only them, But all the cultivators of Whitewash City and even the sea race had seen it clearly, and there was no way he could have survived. The world is so big, and there are so many experts, Xianxia sighed. It's not something we can count. Lord Feiyong's divine arts are enough to deceive the heavens and change the day. You don't have to make such a fuss. You flatter me, Elder Xianxia, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. The people from the moon-bearing sword sect all looked suspicious and disbelieving, but the fact that Xianxia was still alive made them ecstatic. First Elder, that Yan Shushu is too hateful. Now that you're safe and sound, why don't we go and question him? The third Elder said. That's right, with the great Elder here, we don't have to be afraid of them bullying us. Among them, the disciples were also filled with righteous indignation, and they clenched their fists so hard that their bones cracked. A cold gleam flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he turned to look at Yunxiao. His life was saved by Yunxiao, so he was in charge of everything now. He finally understood why Ji Zhengxiang had been protecting this 8 stars Marshal Supreme all this time. Even now, he could not understand how he had survived, and he was completely convinced by Yunxiao's means. Yunxiao looked up into the distance and said, "The battle has just begun, and it's not good for internal strife. Let them hold the front for now." In the end, the key to deciding victory or defeat still lies in Elder Xianxia's intervention. Xianxia knew that the other party was referring to his other 2 8th-grade warships, and he hurriedly said, "I'll just listen to one word from Lord Feiyong." He pondered for a moment and asked carefully, "Is that deep-sea giant beast really that terrifying? Very powerful?" Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Very powerful." Xianxia fell silent. Since Yunxiao had said so, he naturally believed him. Even Pu Jinshan, who was standing behind him, began to feel great pressure. He had been very confident before that he should be impregnable with his array, but after seeing Yunxiao's means, even he felt that it was troublesome. Quickly look at the sky. Suddenly, a disciple of the moon-bearing sword sect was startled when he saw a black mass of sea beasts rushing over in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a type of seahorse with an unusually large body. Behind each of them was a chubby round meatball. The bumps on the meatball swelled and sucked, and the entire body became oval at an extremely fast speed. Tens of thousands of horses galloped down from the sky. In the distance, Guang Yi's face was gloomy and he said coldly, "Cousin actually pulled out this type of Gulu beast. Why didn't you use it earlier? Why did so many of our clansmen die in vain? These clansmen were all brought out by you to die, yet you have the face to ask me?" Run Xiang sneered. "You coward!" Guang Yi exploded on the spot, but he was at a loss for words, not knowing how to refute. "Humph! Are you?" Xiang snorted. "I only asked you to be the vanguard to test the situation in the city, but you wanted to play the hero and hope to take down Baicheng City in one go, causing a large number of powerhouses to die. We'll settle this score after the battle." "What? Ingluo, you still want to settle scores with me?" Guang Yi almost fainted from anger. Ruo Xiang's face turned cold and he said coldly, "Your strength is limited, and you're blindly arrogant. You almost affected the entire battle. I won't let you off easily after the battle. Now get to the back." Ruinxianghe Guang Yi was so angry that his entire body turned red. He roared and charged forward. Ruo Xiang's expression turned cold. His 5 fingers grabbed in the air and locked his sword. Then he kicked Guang Yi and sent him flying. He ordered his left and right, "Take him down. We'll interrogate him after the battle." The 2 tall soldiers of the sea on his left and right had cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, but they didn't dare to disobey the order. They flew up and pressed Guang Yi down. The large group of seahorses dragged the GRU beasts and charged towards the city. When they reached the city, they stopped. The GRU beasts continued to fly forward due to inertia, and a large number of meatballs fell from the sky. The martial artists in White Surge City were all watching vigilantly, not knowing what those things were. They had also raised their defenses to the maximum. Plop! 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 Ift! One by one, the GRU beasts fell on the barrier and bounced up. They looked so cute and harmless. Yen Shushu laughed. "Ha! Ha ha! What is this? Meatball? Ji Zhengxiang also revealed a puzzled expression. Those meatballs did not feel any threat at all. He ordered, "Try attacking." The city protection array immediately condensed a golden light and shot over the city, cutting a few guru beasts in half on the spot. Plop! Pu! The guru beast exploded like a balloon, without any power. A large amount of purple liquid burst out and sprinkled down from the sky. When the purple liquid landed on the barrier, it sounded like boiling water. Not only was it eroding the barrier, but it was also spreading. The other gurus that came into contact with this liquid also broke apart with a plop-plop sound. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with purple, and more of them were about to seep down. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The purple liquid was even able to corrode the barrier. If it spread throughout the city, the entire White Rush City would be finished. Even if all the Sea race members were killed, the city would definitely be a dead city. Ji Zhengxiang was so shocked that he was on the verge of collapse. A large number of guru beasts were still falling and erupting with purple liquid. Baichong City seemed to be destined to be destroyed. Not good. This city can't be defended. Let's activate the teleportation array and leave, Yan Shushu suddenly exclaimed. He looked at the sky full of purple in fear. A lot of liquid began to seep in and fell into the city, directly corroding a large area of the blue stone floor tiles. Everyone's gazes turned to Ji Zhengxiang, waiting for his orders. Ji Zhengxiang's expression was dark and cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not leaving." He would rather die than leave. As long as the city exists, the people will live. If the city dies, the people will die. City Lord, Wan Shichuan sneered. We're only here to help defend the city. There's no order for us to defend the city to the death. When everyone's lives are in danger, there's no reason for us to stay. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distance, and everyone's expression changed drastically. It was coming from the teleportation array. Not good. The teleportation formation has been destroyed. The sea race is here. Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of dust rose in the distance, and light rushed up. A large area was being destroyed. Ah! This Ingluo Ruan Shichuan was dumbfounded. A huge hole appeared in the sky in the distance, and a large number of sea tribe members rushed in. The barrier protecting the city almost collapsed, and a large amount of purple liquid poured down. Everyone's faces turned pale, and their hearts sank. They were in a desperate situation. Bang! Ji Zhengxiang helplessly leaned against the wall, his face pale. The family business that had been passed down for so many generations was finally going to be destroyed. The rest of the people also began to panic, each thinking of a way to escape. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out of the city lord's mansion, and Yunxiao's voice came unhurriedly. City Lord, you take some people to deal with the invading sea race. Leave this purple venom to me. Everyone was stunned. Ji Zhengxiang was also stunned for a moment before he suddenly shouted out in joy. Lord Feiyang, you have a way to deal with this purple poison. Yan Shushu's expression changed. Everyone, don't be fooled. He must be sending us to be cannon fodder. He will find a way to escape. Humph. Do you think that everyone is as shameless as you? Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing everyone's heart to tremble violently. They revealed an expression of disbelief. Yan Shushu's face turned pale with fright as he looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Jing Yongye flew into the sky, his hands behind his back as he looked at the crowd coldly. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he coldly said, Yan Shushu, we'll settle our scores after the battle. Lord Castellan, if you wish to protect Baichong City, I advise you to listen to Lord Feiyang's orders. Otherwise, no one in the world will be able to save this city. Ji Zhengxiang was overjoyed and said excitedly, Does Lord Feiyang really have a way to deal with this poison? It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but I do. Jing Yongyi replied coldly. Ji Zhengxiang no longer had any doubts. Furthermore, this was his last trace of hope. He suddenly roared, Everyone charge! He turned into a ray of light and charged towards the crumbling corner of the city. The rest of the people followed after hesitating for a while. There was no other way out. Yan Shushu's pupils suddenly shrank as he saw Jing Yongye's finger pointing towards him. He retreated in horror, but he couldn't avoid it in time, and the light from the finger hit his shoulder blade. He felt a slight tingling sensation, and he said in fear, "Elder Yongye, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a huge misunderstanding. Let me explain it slowly." Jing Yongye sneered. "I'll give you a chance. I'll explain it to you after the battle. I only left a mark on you just now. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll still be able to sense you." Yan Shushu's heart suddenly sank. After giving him a contemptuous look, Jing Yongye just stood quietly in the air, looking at the light that Yun Xiao had turned into with respect in his eyes. Yun Xiao broke through the barrier and grabbed a handful of purple venom. After scanning it with his divine sense, he set fire to it and burned it to ashes. Then, he opened the immemorial heaven's eye between his brows, and the flame turned into a phoenix. It was not the bright red color it was before, but a little pale. It should be the result of the fusion with the ice fiend heart flame. The phoenix let out a long cry in the sky and swooped down, igniting all the purple venom in an instant. The entire sky above the city was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Those Gulu beasts that were still intact exploded in the flames, turning into a ball of venom and burned into nothingness in an instant by the divine fire. Li Yunxiao! An earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the sky. Run Xiang could no longer remain calm, and his eyes were filled with anger. Li Yunxiao! Li Yunxiao! Everyone was taken aback as they looked at Yunxiao in horror. All of a sudden, they seemed to understand something, and their faces changed drastically. The person that the entire eastern region was looking for was actually here. Ruan Shichuan's expression changed as he stared at the figure in the sky. He finally saw the figure in the sky and the one in Red Moon City. He is Li Yunxiao. The members of the Battle Blade team were also shocked. However, no matter who he was, it did not affect his position in everyone's hearts. "Damn it! Stop!" Ruan Shichuan suddenly shouted. "Everyone, stop! Arrest this Li Yunxiao. He is the key to the war between the two races. As long as we hand him over to the sea race, all the chaos will be settled." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and some hesitation began to rise in their hearts. It was rumored that Yun Xiao had hidden the person the sea race was looking for, which led to the war between the two races. It sounded ridiculous, but it was true that he was wanted by the whole world. Ji Zhengxiang's expression suddenly changed as he angrily shouted, "Everyone is fighting against the sea race. What's the point of infighting at this time? Capturing Li Yunxiao is our top priority," Ruan Shichuan said coldly. "If we lose Baichong City, we can still get it back. Where are you going to find Li Yunxiao? Humph? Take it back." Ji Zhengxiang's expression suddenly turned sinister as he fiercely said, "If Lord Li Yunxiao had not burned away the purple poison with a flame, would you still be here spouting nonsense when the city is broken and we are surrounded? If you dare to shout again and incite people's hearts, I'll kill you first." "What? Don't you dare!" Ruan Shichuan's face was filled with anger and he said coldly, "Ji Zhengxiang, could it be that you don't know your own worth? Everyone stop. I think we should defeat the sea race first." Ilechi was also looking at Yun Xiao with a complicated expression as he said to the others, "Since Li Yunxiao has shown up here and is doing his best to defend the city, he won't run away. After all, how can a war between two races be that simple? Moreover, we need to think more about what the higher-ups in Red Moon City are saying." Ruan Shichuan's expression changed and he fell silent. Ilechi's words showed that he had a public opinion of the current Red Moon City. In fact, he had his own thoughts as well. The Ruan clan had long been suppressed to the point that it was getting weaker and weaker. Boom! The marine race experts were rushing over from afar. They didn't have time to think. The purple venom and the guru beast had been burned into nothingness. The barrier protecting the city had also been shattered. A large number of marine race experts had already rushed down from the hole in the barrier and started killing wantonly. Now that the barrier had been broken, they all rushed into the city and killed everyone they saw. "Kill these bastards! Many human warriors were also furious. They roared and charged forward. Li Yunxiao, I'm going to kill you today and slaughter the entire Baichong city to wash away my previous humiliation. A layer of frost appeared on Run Xiang's face. The space around him slowly twisted and changed, and a terrifying aura spread out. Yunxiao's expression was solemn. There was no doubt that the aura belonged to the giant-faced beast. Every time I see you, you've improved, but it's all on your mouth. Humph. You deserve to die. Fuck. Are you Xiang cursed? He formed a seal with his hands and suddenly slapped it forward. It rapidly expanded in the air. The huge-faced beast's body slowly emerged from the mark. The sun was completely blocked out in an instant, and the entire land was incomparably dark. Everyone raised their heads in horror. The aura emitted by the huge-faced beast made everyone's heart turn cold, and they were afraid even before the battle. At that moment, everyone believed Yunxiao's words, and their faces turned pale. On the contrary, the sea race people were all cheering and jumping for joy, their morale greatly boosted. After the huge-faced beast's entire body came out, it immediately fell from the sky. It was much larger than the Netherworld warship from before. Yunxiao's expression flickered. A red light emerged in his hand, and the ruler, which had refined the blood fiend, appeared. He then threw it into the air. Immediately, a sea of blood fell from the 9 heavens and traversed the vast sky. The entire world turned red in an instant, as if a blood hell had been opened. The wails of countless evil spirits and vengeful souls rang out from all directions. The filthy blood water even swept up a huge wave in the air and slammed into the huge-faced beast. Boom! Boom! Every attack hit the huge-faced beast, but other than dyeing its body red, it did not seem to have much effect. However, as soon as the dirty blood touched its body, it began to seep into its skin, corroding and destroying its body. There were also spirit bodies condensed from the blood, shrieking beside the huge-faced beast and drilling into its nostrils and ears. Humph, such a low-level space. Li Yunxiao, are you trying to make me look down on you? Suddenly, a ray of light fell into the blood sea and stepped on the head of the huge-faced beast. It was Run Xiang who had transformed into his true form. Rays of dragon chi rushed out of his body and condensed into a dragon's might beside him. Ruo Xiang stretched out his hand and opened his 5 fingers. The power of the dragon's might directly condensed into a pale green dragon in his palm. It roared as he slapped down. Roar! The tigers roar and the dragons roar. The entire world of the bloody sea trembled. A large number of blood barriers collapsed one by one. The entire blood hell retreated with a loud bang under the dragon's might. Yunxiao's face flickered, but he did not panic at all. Instead, he just stood there quietly and looked at them coldly. On the other hand, Run Xiang's expression was serious as he snorted tentatively. What? You have no other way? I don't care if I have a way or not, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. What are you panicking for? Humph. Who said I was panicking? You're the one who's panicking right now, aren't you? Ruo Xiang was furious. He raised his foot and stepped on the head of the huge-faced beast, shouting, Attack! The giant-faced beast opened its mouth and a terrifying aura spread out. The mouth was pitch black, and no one knew where it led to. It was a terrifying sight. At this moment, the entire blood sea collapsed under the dragon's might and gradually revealed the outer realm. Suddenly, Run Xiang's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, Not good! In the sky outside, the 2 netherworld battleships were already fully prepared. Blue light bloomed from their attack formations, and 2 huge beams of light shot through the sky. Boom! Boom! 2 sounds of shock rang out in the air. The scene of the energy explosion caused everyone to stop fighting and look on in horror. Bang! Bang! The giant-faced beast was too big to dodge such a powerful attack. The 2 blue beams of light shot into its huge mouth and into the pitch-black land. Humph! The huge-faced beast suddenly let out a muffled groan from its nostrils. Its huge mouth closed immediately, as if it was greatly affected. Its entire body swayed a few times in the air, looking extremely irritable. What? It can't be that he's fine just like that, right? All the human warriors had a huge question mark in their minds, and their computers crashed. Cold sweat trickled down Xianxia's face. He had been hit by 2 8th-grade Netherworld warships at full force, yet he was still fine. How could they fight? Shwa shwa shwa. The huge-faced beast's body swayed even more violently, and the aura on its body became extremely unstable. Even Xiang had a shocked expression on his face, not knowing what was happening. All of a sudden, the huge-faced beast's movements stopped. Everyone was stunned, as if time had suddenly stopped. Roar! The huge-faced beast suddenly opened its mouth, and a jet of black energy shot out. It broke through the void in an instant, directly blasting one of the Netherworld warships. Boom! The starship was completely obliterated on the spot, its fragments falling to the ground. Every cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill all over their bodies. With such a giant beast here, how could they fight? Everyone's eyes flashed with fear. Shwa shwa shwa. The huge-faced beast started shaking again, its body swaying left and right, exactly the same as before. Piu Jinshan. Yunxiao was shocked and cried out suddenly. Piu Jinshan. Piu Jinshan, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly shot out a ray of light from his hand. It rose into the air and continuously grew in size, emitting circles of power. At the same time, the terrain around him suddenly darkened, and the sky changed color. An aurora appeared in the sky, turning into a 5-colored power that spread out and enveloped the entire earth. Even the entire White Surge City was within it. The scenery changed, and everyone was shocked to find that they were all alone. They had been fighting against an army of thousands, but in an instant, their opponents and companions had disappeared. The human martialist was both shocked and delighted. After all, this worldly illusion had been conjured by his companion. The more terrifying and abnormal it was, the better. While Xianxia was pleasantly surprised, his heart was also filled with extreme regret. If he could have strengthened his confidence in Yunxiao at the beginning of the war, he would not have ended up in this state with his city and home destroyed, a large number of innocent civilians dead and injured, and a heavy loss of martial artists. Boom! The giant-faced beast was also trapped in the barrier, but it did not seem to be affected much. After its body swayed, it suddenly spat out a black light, exactly the same as before. The black light pierced through the sky and shattered the power of the enchantment. It blasted in the direction of the battleship. Everywhere it passed, it was like a mirror image that was constantly destroyed, but it was instantly repaired. A 1,000-mile strike had failed to hit the Netherworld warship. What? Ruo Xiang was shocked, and his face revealed a serious expression. The space the Netherworld battleship had been in was clearly right in front of them. How could it have shifted in such a short time? It was almost impossible for such a huge object to be moved away by the power of space, but the other party had actually done it. Li Yunxiao, is this all you can do? If you have the guts, come out and fight me to the death. Xiang laughed coldly. Everyone was silent, and for some reason, the voices of the others could not be heard at all. But Xiang's provocative voice could be clearly heard. Then, Yunxiao's voice rang out, filled with endless ridicule as he snorted coldly. Death art? Do you remember the battle at the Red Moon City? Ruo Xiang's face was full of anger. The battle in Red Moon City was known to the whole world, and it had gradually spread throughout the 4 seas. He had completely lost all his face. He roared, "Today, I'm going to wash away my shame. I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you." He gradually calmed down and said in a cold voice, "Don't think that you can trap me with a barrier. I'll show you the true power of the deep-sea monsters. You didn't even use 1/10 of your strength to destroy the warship just now." Shwa shwa shwa. The huge-faced beast was suspended in the air. The world was dusky, and only 5 rays of light fell from the sky, covering the entire earth. As the huge-faced beast continued to tremble, the space around it seemed to change slightly. Circles of energy rippled out, but they were obstructed. However, the power of the obstruction grew stronger and stronger, and the range of the energy ripples continued to increase. Everyone was shocked to find that within this space, they could finally see the position of the huge-faced beast and Yun Xiang. Run Xiang's expression was cold and fierce. He formed a seal with one hand in front of him and said coldly, "A legend from the deep sea, a contract that has been passed down for countless years. As a descendant of the true dragon, I command you to unleash your strongest power and tear apart the sky." The huge-faced beast's quivering suddenly stopped, and its eyes widened. Its pupils rapidly contracted, and layers of wrinkles began to appear on its skin. Roar! The huge-faced beast seemed to puff up its cheeks. It suddenly opened its mouth wide and roared. A huge black light shot out, shaking the barrier and creating a white passage that directly connected to the outside world. Not only that, but its wrinkled skin also suddenly opened up and became smooth. The entire space around it twisted and pushed outwards, directly opening the enchantment. Pu Jinshan's expression changed drastically, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Although this great five elements barrier was a replica, it was already very close to the origin elements of the five elements. It was as if the world was as chaotic as a chicken egg, and it was impossible to open it without an extremely strong power to break the barrier. He finally understood Yunxiao's concern. With a horrified expression, he threw out the five elements white fish in his hand. A white light rose into the air and turned into a white fish of light, swimming toward the huge-faced beast with golden patterns emerging on its body. Pu Jinshan took a deep breath and let out a loud roar. He grabbed at the void with both hands, and the power of the five elements gathered from the chaos of heaven and earth, landing on the white fish of light. The fish's body continued to grow rapidly, and in an instant, it became like a giant whale. However, there was still a huge gap between it and the huge-faced beast. The eyes of the huge-faced beast suddenly opened, as if it was puzzled, and it looked at the fish of light. Run Xiang's eyes were shocked, and the hand seals in his hands changed. The huge-faced beast opened its mouth wide and paddled over with its four limbs. It also had four limbs, but they were insignificant compared to the huge face. Ow! The huge-faced beast's mouth met the fish of light and bit down. The entire fish head was in its mouth, and it kept swallowing. The body and tail of the luminous fish swayed violently, trying to break free, but it seemed to be of no use. It became smaller and smaller as it was swallowed by the huge-faced beast. Yunxiao wiped his sweat and said to Pu Jinshan, "Are you sure you can do it?" Pu Jinshan's body was also trembling violently, and the incantation seal on his right hand seemed to be on the verge of disappearing at any moment. He hurriedly grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, trying to stop the trembling. "Lord Cloud Sky, he's almost dying." Pu Jinshan felt bitter in his heart and said, "If that five elements white fish is eaten by it, then this great five elements barrier will be finished." Yunxiao's face darkened. "I've wasted so much time setting up the array," he said angrily. "I didn't see you play any role, and now you're telling me you're done for?" Pu Jinshan smiled bitterly. "I was careless and let the other party bite me. If I can break free, I might be able to deal with it." Without saying a word, Yunxiao condensed a gust of wind and fire power in his hand and made a seal. The shadow of the crocodile appeared in the wind and fire power, then stood up in the air and transformed into a crocodile monster, roaring and rushing over. After that, Yunxiao changed the incantation gesture with his hand, and his whole body turned into thunder, expanding several times in an instant and turning into a big fat man. A ring of green lightning condensed around his body. He held the hammer in his right hand and raised it high. He formed a thunder seal with his left hand and slowly opened his fingers. A golden Maha ancient character slowly rose from his palm and kept spinning. The color of the ring of lightning stars suddenly turned dark, and the hammer burst out with dazzling lightning, constantly letting out the cries of thousands of birds. The golden light of the Maha ancient text gradually dissipated and began to gather into a green ball of lightning with purple light flashing within. Suddenly, Yunxiao clenched his fist and caught the ball of thunder in his hand. Then he raised his arm and threw it at the beast. The ball of lightning let out a deafening screech and spun rapidly in the air. Bolts of lightning flickered from it, creating black patterns. The crocodile monster transformed into the size of a mountain, which was only the size of the giant-faced beast's nose. Kept roaring and punching with its fists. Streams of astral winds and divine flames crashed into the giant face, creating ripples that spread out in all directions. Ruo Xiang, on the other hand, formed hand seals with one hand and stood coldly on the head of the huge-faced beast. He did not move and only looked on quietly, the corners of his mouth revealing a mocking smile. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He raised his head and looked forward. The ball of lightning entered his eyes, causing his pupils to shrink. The crocodile monster threw hundreds of punches in a row. Although it could not cause any damage to the huge-faced beast, it slowed down the speed at which it devoured the five-element white fish. The crocodile monster seemed to have noticed the strange expression on Ruo Xiang's face. The speed of its fist slowed down a little, and it turned its head back in confusion. It immediately saw the ball of lightning flying towards it. The crocodile monster was completely stunned. Its face revealed a look of fear, and it opened its mouth as if it wanted to protest. Bang! It didn't say a word and directly exploded, instantly turning into countless wind and fire elements that fled in all directions. Pai pa pai pa! The ball of lightning rushed up, and thousands of lightning bolts flashed in the surroundings. They were like lightning dragons breaking through the sky, and the area was getting larger and larger. Everyone in the barrier looked at the sky in horror. None of them could contact the outside world or anyone else, but they could clearly see the huge-faced beast and Ruo Xiang's every move, as well as the powerful attacks around them. Ruo Xiang's face darkened, and his eyes revealed extreme resentment and unwillingness. The attack was launched by Yunxiao, and he would not be able to withstand it if he were alone. In other words, he would be defeated if the two of them fought again. Deep-sea giant beast, destroy everything. Run Xiang roared and sent an incantation seal into the head of the huge-faced beast. The giant-faced beast's eyes suddenly widened. It roared and opened its mouth wide. An invisible force was spat out from its mouth, shattering the surrounding space. The fish of light broke free in an instant, but it also trembled violently under the force, and the light on its body continued to collapse. When the ball of lightning was about to hit it, it was greatly hindered. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared, but they could not advance even an inch. Instead, they gradually dissipated. The entire Great Five Elements enchantment trembled, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Everyone felt extremely small under that mighty force, as if they could be destroyed at any moment. The power to break a world. This deep-sea beast is really terrifying. It actually has the power to tear a world apart. Yunxiao was shocked as he stared at the collapsing enchantment, but his eyes were as calm as water and as deep as the sky. The power to break the world? The ultimate level of martial Dao that can only be comprehended by a 9-star martial emperor. Piu Jinshan's heart trembled, and his clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. When he heard this, he was even more terrified. Don't be distracted, Yunxiao shouted in a deep voice. Even with the power to break the world, it can't tear the chaotic chicken world made of the 5 elements. Piu Jinshan hurriedly gathered his thoughts and kept performing hand seals. Yunxiao was right, but it was a pity that his barrier was not the real one, but only a high-quality imitation. But it would last for as long as it could, and he could not just wait for death. The fish of light seemed to have stabilized a little, and it pushed forward against the huge pressure. At the same time, 5 rays of light gathered from all directions, forming the 5-element rule above the huge-faced beast and blasting down. Boom! The 5 rays of light landed on the sky above the giant-faced beast, but before they could get close, they collapsed and turned into countless fragments of fluorescent light, scattering in the air. This result seemed to be within Piu Jinshan's expectations. His expression was calm, and the speed of his hand seals became faster and faster. The broken light scattered in the air but was not extinguished. It gradually solidified and turned into a 5-elements prison, sealing the space. It kept spinning around the giant-faced beast and squeezed in, making an ear-piercing grinding sound. The warriors inside the barrier all felt their teeth ache. Some of the lower cultivators even felt pain in their eardrums, causing blood to flow out. The huge-faced beast was still spewing out the world-breaking force. The fish of light, the ball of lightning, and the five elements prison were struggling to resist, but they were constantly at a disadvantage. In the distance, the fleeing forces of wind and fire condensed into crocodiles again, lying motionlessly in the air, which made Xianxia so angry that he vomited blood. Pu Jinshan's face turned paler and paler, and he trembled as he said, "Lord Cloud Sky, I really can't hold on any longer. The entire barrier is about to collapse." Xianxia knew that he had done his best, so he nodded and said, "Let's directly detonate the barrier and make the final blow. We still can't hold Baichong City." He sighed. Inside the barrier, Ji Jingxiang's face suddenly changed. He had heard Yunxiao's voice transmission and knew that he was going to be defeated. His face turned pale as he muttered bitterly, "I understand. Thank you, Lord Cloud Sky." Pu Jinshan's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance as he formed a seal in the air. A pattern suddenly appeared on the fish of light, and the entire barrier began to shrink, moving toward the fish of light. The fish's body flickered and disappeared, revealing the profound artifact five elements belly white fish. Its aura was getting stronger and stronger. Bang! 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 The five elements prison instantly collapsed as the white fish sucked away all its energy. The ball of lightning could not withstand the impact and shattered into pieces. Boom! Boom! The thunderbolts suddenly turned into countless lightning bolts and shot out, like earthworms crawling in the sky. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Except for Ji Zhengxiang and a few others who had been reminded by Yunxiao, no one knew what was going to happen, and they all looked on in horror and vigilance. At this moment, the entire enchantment was compressed to the extreme. The light fish burst out with a blinding light, and the body of the profound level weapon was directly exposed, a terrifying aura spreading above it. Ruo Xiang's expression was also extremely ugly, and he shouted, "Block it!" Although the scene in front of him made him feel a sense of danger, he did not think that this bit of strength could contend with the deep-sea giant beast. The light that had been compressed to the extreme finally bloomed, like a flower bud showing off its lifetime's beauty in an instant. It was beautiful and flamboyant. Boom! The great five elements enchantment collapsed, the sky shattered, and the earth sank. The entire space was filled with flying sand and stones. They could not see or hear anything, as if it was the end of the world. Everyone from the two races fell into a state of panic and wanted to save themselves. However, they realized that their strength was just a drop in the ocean. They were caught up in it and could do nothing. Pu Jinshan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body withered as if his life force had been exhausted. In an instant, he had aged by several decades. Yunxiao sighed. With a flash of light from the divine realm tablet between his eyebrows, he was taken in. In the dusky sky, the moon-like pupils in his eyes flickered, and he could immediately see where the huge-faced beast was. The force of the barrier's collapse had also caused some damage to it. One side of its huge face had been badly damaged by the explosion. Its skin and flesh had been directly turned over, and a large amount of blood was flowing down. However, it was only a superficial wound. Instead, it made the giant beast even angrier. It roared repeatedly in the midst of the flying sand and stones. Waves of power rushed out, as if it really wanted to overturn the entire world. On the head of the furious giant-faced beast, Ruo Xiang was also extremely shocked. He felt that he was starting to lose control of the giant-faced beast. All of a sudden, a faint light flickered in the dark sky. It grew brighter and brighter, like a lighthouse, giving people hope in this desperate world. Everyone's shocked mood calmed down at once as they looked at the light beam in shock. They didn't know what kind of power could penetrate through such a majestic force without any obstruction. Is that a Mengchong warship? In the darkness, Jing Yongyi revealed a look of doubt. That beam of light was indeed similar to the full-force attack of his netherworld battleship. Boom! The ray of light seemed to be moving slowly, but in reality, it was like 10,000 horses galloping across the sky. Boom! When the beam of light got closer, it was discovered to be unusually thick. It blasted on the crazy huge-faced beast, causing the power around its body to shrink continuously. Its entire huge body trembled and retreated continuously. The huge-faced beast was blasted hundreds of meters away, and the entire space where sand and stones were flying suddenly stabilized. The violent power gradually dissipated, and the dark clouds parted to reveal the clear sky. Everyone looked around in fear and found that they were still in the previous chaotic battle. Many members of the sea tribe were around them. They were shocked and flew away in a hurry. The oceanic species experts also felt the same way. The two groups of people were clearly separated in the sky, and they looked at each other with lingering fear. However, everyone's gazes quickly gathered in the distance. From where the beam of light had shot out, a magnificent and huge battleship was rapidly approaching. That battleship was abnormally large and majestic, like a moving city. Just its appearance gave people a strong sense of oppression. It let out a huge roar like rolling thunder. The starship flew through the air, occasionally giving off an illusory feeling, as if what one saw was an illusion, and what one saw did not exist. Many martial emperor powerhouses were shocked. They knew that it was a form of self-protection called space jump. Because the warship was so huge, once it was attacked, there was a 100% chance that it would be hit. Therefore, some powerful alchemists had designed such a secret technique that could allow the warship to perform space jumps at a certain frequency during its journey or even when it stopped. This way, it could avoid most attacks and was the best protection for the warship. Ruo Xiang's face instantly turned ashen. He had stayed on the continent for a long time, so he immediately recognized the grade of the warship in front of him. Moreover, at the bow of the warship, a light beam was rapidly condensing, preparing for the next attack. At this moment, although the huge-faced beast did not suffer any substantial damage, its aura was not as strong as before. As the controller, he could clearly feel that the huge-faced beast's aura was weakening with every breath it took. Judging from the level of the attack just now, the battleship might not be able to do anything to the giant-faced beast. However, if the stalemate continued, it would be really dangerous. Ruo Xiang's expression changed several times, and he started to hesitate. Xianxia's pupils constricted as well, and the crescent moon disappeared from his eyes. He returned to his clear state and looked quietly at the 9th-tier ultimate warship that was speeding toward him. Go! Retreat to the ocean! Ruo Xiang looked resentfully at Xianxia, who was standing in the air with his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression on his face, and finally made the difficult decision to retreat. However, their all-out attack this time had not been able to take down White Surge City. Furthermore, they had also exposed that he could control the deep-sea giant beast. It would probably be even more difficult to attack the city next time. He glanced gloomily at Baichong City, and his expression suddenly froze for a moment. The scene before him was a barren wasteland, and there was no sign of a city at all. Ruo Xiang was stunned for a moment. He didn't know if this counted as razing Baichong City to the ground. Would this battle be a win or a loss? He couldn't give an explanation, so he turned around and left in a depressed mood. After receiving the order, the oceanic species powerhouses quickly retreated from the sky. They surrounded the huge-faced beast like ants and headed toward the sea. The human cultivators all looked on expressionlessly as the powerful enemy fled. No one dared to give chase, nor did they have the slightest intention of giving chase. Xianxiang's emotions were also extremely complicated. Although the powerful enemy had left, the entire city was still in a daze. He was completely dejected and didn't know what to do. He was filled with regret. If he had given Xianxia full authority to deal with the enemies and trap them outside the city, even if the 5 elements enchantment exploded, the city's defensive array would still be there, and they would not have been destroyed like this. The 9th-grade battleship arrived and stopped not far away. It did not seem to have any intention of chasing. Before everyone could enjoy the feeling of surviving a disaster, they were immediately attracted by the battleship in front of them. Although not many people had seen such a huge battleship, they could guess what it was without using their brains. I wonder which lord has come to rescue us? Ruan Shichuan was the first to ask loudly. Looking around, Everyone was covered in injuries, but he seemed to be unscathed. It was unknown how he had managed to protect himself so well. The rumbling from the battleship became softer and softer. A beam of light shot out from the bottom of the battleship and several figures appeared. The person in front was dressed in white and had a handsome face. He had a calm expression and was looking at the crowd with a smile. Ruan Shichuan was shocked. He hurriedly went forward and respectfully said, "So it's young Master Lai Feng of the Baiming family." Baiming family. It's actually the Baiming family. No wonder. There are only a handful of people on the continent who can own a 9th-grade warship. We're saved. Everyone is saved. I didn't expect that the Baiming family would also make a move. Tisk, TSK. A 9th-grade warship is a treasure even for a superfamily. They won't show their faces easily. I've really broadened my horizons today. You guys don't know this, but young Master Lai Feng is already the appointed successor of the Baiming family. That's why he has the right to use such a huge warship. On the ruins, all the survivors were discussing. Everyone had different expressions, but most of them were happy. Baiming Lai Feng looked at the crowd with a smile, but he did not say anything. He slowly turned his eyes to Yunxiao, who was not far away. A lot of people sent me messages asking about my recent situation. Thank you, everyone. I'm fine. I've already recovered from the depression. Let me, with Bei Qingluo's vision, walk to the peak of online literature. At this moment, the mask on Yunxiao's face had been broken, revealing his young and tender face, which had been through many vicissitudes of life, in front of Baiming Lai Feng. Under everyone's gazes, Baiming Lai Feng seemed to be in high spirits. With his hands behind his back, a sharp light flashed through his eyes as he smiled. "Young Master Yun, it's really a small world." Yunxiao smiled back and said, "We're in a difficult situation today. Fortunately, young Master Wind arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." This was a heartfelt compliment. If they failed to defend Whiterush City's territory, not only would most of the cultivators present die, but the Eastern Region's united front would also be broken through, which would be extremely disadvantageous to the human race. However, when he saw the smug look on Baiming Lai Feng's face, he found it rather funny. But in Baiming Lai Feng's ears, these words did not sound good, as if an adult was praising a child. Yunxiao's peerless and independent charm made him extremely displeased, especially the upturned corners of his mouth, which seemed to contain endless ridicule. His face immediately sank and was covered with a layer of frost. "Young Master Yun, you're too kind. This matter concerns the interests of our clan, so we will naturally do our best." On the other hand, young Master Yun seems to have played an extremely disgraceful role in the war between the two races, and he's now wanted by the entire world. Baiming Lai Feng said coldly, "Wanted by the whole world?" Yunxiao said indifferently, "At most, the Red Moon City will put me on the wanted list. I can't live without any enemies." "Oh? So, the arrest of young Master Yun in Red Moon City is a personal vendetta." Baiming Lai Feng coldly snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had always felt a deep threat to Yunxiao, and now was a great opportunity to kill him. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes, and he did not hide his killing intent at all. Everyone's hearts clenched. The cold intent emanating from Baiming Lai Feng's body caused their expressions to turn heavy, and they were all extremely worried. Xianxia hurriedly stepped out of the ranks and said, "There must be a misunderstanding here. If it wasn't for Lord Yunxiao's desperate battle just now, I'm afraid this place would have fallen before Lord Windgrace could rescue us." "Humph. They've already fallen? Aren't you exaggerating Yunxiao's role?" "City Lord." Ruan Shichuan also stood up and stared coldly at Yunxiao. How could he deserve such praise in this battle? I can say very responsibly that without him, the result of this battle will not change at all. Everyone's face darkened. Ruan Shichuan's shamelessness was too powerful, but he was from Red Moon City after all. He was also very strong, so no one dared to make a sound for fear of offending him. Baiming Lai Feng smiled. "As expected, I know this man is a deceiver. What else do you have to say, Li Yunxiao?" Yunxiao smiled indifferently. "Look at who is accusing me, and who is speaking up for me. Isn't this a personal grudge against Red Moon City? Ruan Shichuan's face turned cold and he said, "Today, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape the Biming family's punishment of justice. I think the one with the glib tongue is you, Lord Shiquan." Jing Yongya's face was filled with indignation as he stood directly behind Yunxiao and said coldly, "Justice is in the hearts of the people. How can it be allowed to be changed by you at will? If it wasn't for Lord Yunxiao just now, how many of us would still be alive now? I, Jing Yongya, may be weak, but I still have a sense of shame." With determined looks on their faces, the few people from the Moon Sword sect stepped out and stood behind Yunxiao. Soon, many people began to move. The members of the Battle Blade team, as well as some other surviving warriors, all quietly stepped out of their ranks to support Yunxiao with their actions. Ji Zhengxiang's expression was solemn as he coldly said, "If the Biming family really decides to make a move against Lord Yunxiao, then forgive me for not being able to sit by and do nothing." He and a group of people from Baichong City also gathered behind Yunxiao. Biming Lifeng's expression changed drastically. His face was filled with anger as he coldly said, "Everyone, please think clearly. Once you make a mistake, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation." As soon as his words came out, those who were about to step out immediately trembled. They looked at the experts of the Biming family and the huge Ninth Order warship, but in the end, they retracted their feet. No one dared to step out again. Yan Shu directly stood behind Biming Lifeng and coldly shouted, "What are you guys doing? Ungrateful? If Lord Lifeng had not arrived in time, would you have been able to survive?" The one who truly saved everyone's lives was Lord Biming Lifeng. A few people exchanged glances before also standing by Biming Lifeng's side. However, there were only a few of them. The sky was suddenly divided into 3 groups, standing in the distance. Most of them were those who didn't say a word, and the atmosphere became cold and solemn. Lechi pondered for a while in the crowd, then finally stepped out and stood beside Biming Lifeng. He cupped his fists and said, "Li Yunxiao is a wanted man in Red Moon City. Please, young Master Feng, capture him and hand him over to Red Moon City." Although he also thought highly of Yunxiao's role in the battle just now, he was a man of Red Moon City after all, and he needed to stand on the side of his sect. Only then did Biming Lifeng's expression turn for the better. He sneered, "As everyone wishes." He swept his gaze across the neutral crowd and made a gesture of invitation. He said coldly, "Is there anyone else who supports Yunxiao? Please come with us." Everyone's expression changed slightly. This was an undisguised threat, but no one dared to step out. The one who suffered the most was Liao Yongbing. He looked like he was struggling. He wanted to get out several times, but he couldn't lift his feet. Judging from the current situation, as long as the Biming family made a move, Yunxiao would not be able to escape. But, judging from Yunxiao's calm and composed look, he did not look nervous at all. Perhaps he still had a trump card to deal with the situation. Gritting his teeth, Liao Yongbing also stepped out of the ranks and walked to Yunxiao's side as he said, "I firmly believe that young Master Yunxiao is not an arrogant person. You all survived the battle just now. Please ask yourself." This sentence made many people lower their heads in shame. Yan Shu coldly laughed. "Why are you talking nonsense with them? This kind of human scum should be dealt with early. I ask the Biming family's lords to take action." Biming Lifeng's expression turned cold as he raised his hand and pointed down. He grinned. "Take down Li Yunxiao. Kill anyone who blocks your way." The air in the sky froze, and everyone felt a boundless chill. They retreated one after another, and the sky suddenly became empty. "Humph, young master only needs to give an order to deal with this kind of trash. There's no need for him to show his face." The crowd only saw 2 martial emperors flash in front of Biming Lifeng. One of them was the 4-star martial emperor who had a conflict with Yunxiao in Haitian Town the other day. His face was cold and full of sarcasm, and he looked at Yunxiao as if he was a dead man. "He's the #1 rising star after all," the other person said with a smile. "We can't be careless." "Haha. If you're worried, then just watch from the side." The man laughed. The man turned into a beam of light and rushed at Yunxiao. His companion smiled indifferently and followed closely behind. Although both of them were 4-star martial emperors, Yunxiao's reputation was too great, so they were still afraid of making any mistakes or accidents. As the two of them flew over, their auras rose to the extreme, and the whole sky was covered in a bone-chilling cold. Some low-rank martial supremes behind Yunxiao shivered with cold, their lips trembling. However, they were still afraid and no one took a step back. Liao Yongbing's eyes were filled with worry. He was naturally not worried about the two 4-star martial sovereigns, but he was worried about how many experts the Biming family had on the warship. Moreover, this 9th-grade warship was not something they could stop. At this moment, he started to doubt his own choice and even felt a little regretful. After all, offending the Biming family would definitely not end well. However, things had already come to this, and there was no room for turning back. He could only walk this path to the end. Ji Xingxiang's face was cold as well. He had decided to fight Yunxiao to the end. He took a step into the air and was about to face the enemy. Suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped him. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward and said indifferently, "Since that's the case, I will personally kill you, the appointed successor of the Biming family." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, and they were all shocked. For some reason, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed that he could do what he said. The descendant of Biming Dark Palace, one of the 7 super forces, was going to die here today. Biming Lifeng's heart also trembled, and a look of fear appeared on his face. The other party had only said a few ordinary words, so why did he feel such fear? He was the successor of Biming Dark Palace and the future overlord of the world. Big words. Just turn into ashes and fly away. The 4-star martial emperor slammed his palm down, and a stream of cold air took form in his palm. It was like a huge icicle that broke through the air and fell down. The surrounding air was immediately frozen, turning into a cold light blue color. Biming Dark Palace's ice Xin-Qi was not only extremely cold, but it also had a very strong cold poison. Once it entered the body, it would continuously destroy the body's meridians and corrode the foundation of martial arts. It was one of the few vicious divine arts in the world. Yunxiao raised his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Last time, I said that I would beat you up, but I still gave you a chance. It's a pity that you didn't cherish it, and no one in this world can save you." The aura on his body suddenly rose and reached its peak in an instant. The power of a 2-star martial emperor burst out. What? The members of the Biming family were all shocked. Biming Lifeng's face was even more dumbfounded as he stood there, dumbfounded. Back in Red Moon City, Yunxiao was only a 6-stars martial supreme, but he did not dare to stand in his way, so he could only hide in the void in humiliation. How long had it been? He had only managed to step into the 3-star realm with the help of countless natural treasures. However, the other party had already crossed a major realm and was catching up to him. If Yunxiao, a 6-stars martial venerable in Red Moon City, was comparable to a 4-stars martial emperor, then he, who was now a 2-stars martial emperor, had a very strong combat strength. Biming Lifeng felt his hands and feet turn cold. It was as if something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. A fierce gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed at the icicle. His entire hand turned golden, like an iron arm. The 4-star martial emperor was also shocked by Yunxiao's cultivation base, and he seemed to realize that the battle was not going to be simple. But when he saw that Yunxiao was trying to take his ice-true energy with his body, he was overjoyed and laughed wildly. "Ha! How arrogant! You're looking for death. No one can save you." The essence force in his hand increased a bit more, and the icicle condensed a few more rounds and flew down. Bang, bang, bang! A loud noise of friction rang out as Yunxiao's golden hand grabbed the tip of the awl and stopped it from falling. A large amount of ice shards were sent flying in all directions, and the cold air that spread out was like a white mist that shrouded both of them. What? The 4-star martial emperor's heart trembled. He was very clear about the power of this move. It was impossible to receive it without a 9th-tier profound weapon. Could it be that his hand had already reached the strength of a 9th-tier profound armament? The cruel reality did not give him any time to think. The icicle's momentum was completely stopped, and it was clenched tightly in Yunxiao's hand. "You're so silly. What's going on?" he said in horror. But just as he spat out a word, he saw an unbelievable scene. The icicle was cut off with a bang. He opened his mouth in horror, only to see Yunxiao suddenly disappear from where he was and teleport right in front of him, almost sticking to his body. Then, Yunxiao shoved the half-broken icicle into his huge mouth. Bang! The icicle exploded in the 4-star martial emperor's mouth, and his entire head exploded on the spot, turning him into a headless corpse. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out, and his body was completely frozen. Everyone's heart turned cold. They could not believe what they had just seen. A 4-star martial emperor had died just like that. His companion was stunned for a moment before he immediately turned into a ray of light and fled. All his potential was unleashed at this moment, but he still regretted not practicing more escape techniques. He felt that he had escaped too slowly. Peepa! The sound of thunder and lightning came from the sky. The lightning streaked across the sky and caught up with the martial artist. His entire body turned into a green sea of lightning and passed through the martial artist. Pai pa pai pa! Ah! Ah! A deafening scream came from the green prison of thunder. The martial emperor's body trembled and his face twisted in extreme pain. Yunxiao's face appeared in the lightning. One of his hands materialized as he raised the hammer high and smashed it down at the martial emperor. Boom! The sky trembled, and a flash of lightning bloomed above the martial sovereign's head. His entire head was turned into a pile of minced meat. Not only was blood oozing out of his pores, but there were also all sorts of yellow and white things. Pai pa pai pa! As the lightning disappeared, the two bodies fell from the sky one after another and fell into the ruins below with a plop sound. They became two of the countless bodies, and it was difficult to distinguish them. Yunxiao appeared and stood quietly in the sky, his expression calm and composed, as if he had not made a move at all. His cold light swept across the void like water, looking at Beiming Lifeng. It wasn't just Beiming Lifeng who sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated in shock. Even Ruan Shichuan, Yen Shushu, and the others were scared out of their wits. They retreated continuously, and the entire Beiming family's formation retreated several hundred meters. With his hands behind his back, Yunxiao raised his foot and took a step forward. The Beiming family's formation was once again thrown into chaos, and they were forced to retreat a few dozen meters. Yunxiao frowned. What? You retreat 100 meters every time I take a step forward? When will you catch me and bring me back to Red Moon City? Ruan Shichuan and the others' faces were all red, but they were even more frightened. Beiming Lifeng hurriedly calmed himself down. Yunxiao's words were like a huge humiliation on his back, making him gnash his teeth. He was going to be the future overlord of the world, and if he retreated now, he would lose all his face, and how could he lead the people in the future? He gritted his teeth and said coldly, Li Yunxiao, you're ruthless. How dare you kill my Beiming Dark Palace's people? There will be no place for you in this world. Come quickly, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. I don't want to have a place to stay. He took another step forward. Voila! The group of people once again retreated, leaving only Beiming Lifeng standing in front. Beiming Lifeng's face was ashen, and his heart was filled with fear. However, he could not retreat at this moment, and 2 lines of cold sweat trickled down his temples. Humph, you're so arrogant and ruthless at such a young age. It seems that the Red Moon City was right to want you. A cold voice suddenly came from the 9th grade warship that had been hovering in the sky. Then, frost fell and snow fell from the sky. The weather changed drastically. Although the temperature had dropped, Beiming Lifeng still felt as if the sun was shining down on him. The chill in his heart was instantly dispelled, and he was on the verge of tears. He shouted, 7th uncle, please capture this person and get rid of evil for the world. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Under their divine sense and eyes, they did not sense any movement at all. Then, they found a man standing in front of them, his white robe fluttering in the air. and he was facing Yunxiao. Yunxiao looked at the expert in front of him, but he had no impression of him. He guessed that he was also a minion. Frowning, he said, "Beiming Dark Palace doesn't have anything else but toads. Bastard! You actually dare to speak rudely." The white-robed man's face turned cold and he said angrily, "I originally wanted to give you a chance to die a quick death, but it seems that you don't need it anymore." "Oh," Yunxiao said indifferently. The white-robed man said coldly, "I could have put you to an end if you knelt down and admitted your mistake, but it's too late now. Please remember the name of the man who killed you, Beiming Zi. You can go to hell and cry to the king of hell." Haha. His face was full of mockery and ridicule, as if he felt that Yunxiao would be upset if he lost the opportunity. Yunxiao's face darkened as he said with a frown, "Where do you idiots get such a sense of superiority? I just killed 2 people and you were so scared that you almost cried. Why are you suddenly so mighty? Does your Beiming Dark Palace look more impressive with more dead people?" "Damn it!" Beiming Zai's face turned red with anger. He let out a furious roar and his aura exploded in the air. An unparalleled pressure rushed forward. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Only a high-level martial supreme would have such a strong pressure. For a moment, everyone was in a different mood. Yen Shushu and the others were overjoyed, but they secretly scolded themselves for being too panicked and embarrassed just now. With the people of Beiming Dark Palace here and a 9th-grade battleship in the sky, what kind of waves could the other party cause? Humph! A 7 stars martial emperor? He's not strong enough. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he turned his palm into a sword and slashed down. Boom! The unparalleled pressure was directly slashed apart, and the space in front of him twisted and swayed. "I'm going to use a hook to hook your tongue out." Beiming Zi was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. With a loud roar, he turned into a white light and pounced into the air. He made a seal with his hand and slapped it out first. A wave of dazzling light rippled in the air, as if a mountain of 10,000 feet had fallen from the 9 heavens. A vast and majestic power spread out, shocking everyone. Is this the power of a high-level martial emperor? Everyone felt a sense of shock and yearning in their hearts, but most of them had different expressions on their faces: worry and joy. Liao Yongbing's eyes were also filled with worry. Although Yunxiao had killed a 6 stars martial emperor with 1 strike, that was all he had, and it took him a long time to recover. Yunxiao did not back down in the face of the power of the move. He simply stretched out a finger and pointed it out in the air. What? He actually wanted to fight me with just 1 finger? Beiming Zai's eyes were burning with anger, and his internal organs were already injured. Bang! The finger radiance streaked across the sky like a shooting star, like a stone falling into the water. Beiming Zai's seal was immediately stopped, and a powerful water ripple spread out in the air, unable to land. What? Beiming Zai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even a 6-star martial emperor would be seriously injured by this move, let alone a 2-star martial emperor. Damn it! He finally understood that Yunxiao's strength could not be estimated with common sense. He turned in the air and changed his hand seals at an extremely slow speed, but each seal caused a strange phenomenon in the world, as if it was matching with his moves. This is a Xianxia. Beiming Lifeng's eyes were filled with fear as he muttered to himself, 3 moves from beyond the heavens? Is Yunxiao so powerful that he has to use such a move? In his fear, his eyes shone with a strong killing intent. He had never wanted to kill Yunxiao as much as he did now. From the side, Yen Shushu observed Beiming Lifeng's expression and hurriedly smiled, trying to please him. Lord Lifeng, don't worry. That Li Yunxiao is just a grasshopper after autumn, and he can't jump more than a few times. Beiming Lifeng's face turned cold as he said, Get lost! Although he wanted to kill Yunxiao very much, he also respected his peerless talent and powerful strength. Looking at Yen Shushu's despicable appearance, he felt nauseated. Yen Shushu's smile froze on his face. He was extremely embarrassed. A trace of anger flashed through his eyes. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the battle, and not many people saw him embarrass himself. Yunxiao's face flickered as well, as if he had sensed the pressure of the move. He hurriedly retracted his finger, transformed into a thunderbolt, and began to condense a thunderball. Beiming Dark Palace's ice magic had to absorb the cold chi from the extraterrestrial dark stone. It was said that this stone was formed by the extreme yin and cold in the world. It was not an item of this world, but it somehow fell into the human world and was obtained by the Beiming family's ancestors, who created a magic. Not only that, ever since the Outworld Dark Stone was discovered, 3 extremely powerful techniques had been imprinted on it. The techniques were nameless and were honored as the Outworld 3 techniques. One was to indicate the origin of this move, and the other was to indicate that this move was extremely powerful and could only be obtained from beyond the heavens. Xianxia naturally recognized the move, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly performed an incantation gesture with one hand and circulated his energy to the extreme, turning the entire sky into a sea of thunder and making rumbling sounds. His real body appeared in the sea of thunder. His left hand formed a seal and his right hand held the thunderball. A demonic shadow appeared behind him and stood up in the air, exuding a profound intent as he looked forward. What is this? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Beiming Lifing's heart was filled with shock as he exclaimed, "Giant spirit god art." Beiming Zay's eyes turned cold as he said, "Boy, you're indeed a rare genius, but it's a pity that you shouldn't be so arrogant." A strange silver symbol appeared on the seal in his hand. The moment it appeared, the world changed. A gust of wind swept away the clouds and a dark mass surged over. 3 moves from beyond the heavens. I have a limit. Beiming Zay's expression turned solemn and respectful at this moment. A hand seal enlarged in front of him, and a vortex of nebula appeared in his palm, shining with the sky and slowly pressing down. His face also turned pale, as if it was extremely difficult for him to use this divine ability. When the Ren family head of Beiming Dark Palace who obtained the Outworld Dark Stone studied the divine power in the Dark Stone, he sighed and said, "My life has a limit, but the Tao has no limit." Therefore, the first of the 3 moves from beyond the heavens was named, "My life is limited." It was also a rule that only clansmen with high-level martial supreme cultivation could learn this move. This was also Beiming Zay's first time using it. He immediately felt all the elemental energy in his body being sucked into his palm. He was on the verge of collapsing. He was overwhelmed with shock. He finally understood why his ancestor had set an iron order that only a high-level martial supreme could cultivate it. This move had an extremely high requirement on one's realm. Without a high-level martial supreme's cultivation base, even if one were to perform it, he was afraid that he would be drawn into it on the spot and unable to extricate himself. There seemed to be a ray of spiritual light gathering in the vortex in the sky. It was like a star was shining inside, lighting up the dark world. Boom, boom, boom. A dull sound came from under the sky. Amidst the swirling clouds of stars, Yunxiao's sea of thunder and hell of lightning began to gradually collapse, turning into earthworms and crawling away. Bang! The ball of thunder in Yunxiao's hand exploded, filling the sky with thunderbolts. He looked up in shock and saw the nebula pressing down. Pa! He immediately put his hands together and a golden light spread out. The true fiend Dharma idol behind him also closed its hands at the same time, and circles of black light circulated around its palms before suddenly blasting out in unison. A huge black light, like a meteor, struck into the nebula and created a huge storm. However, it could not stop the vortex from falling. Pa! The true fiend Dharma idol's 2 arms smacked directly onto the vortex, blocking that indescribable power of heaven and earth. What? The faces of the people from the Beiming family changed as they looked on in fear. The true fiend Dharma idol continued to collapse under the vortex of nebulas, and the demonic chi on its body became weaker and weaker. Even so, it still gave them a shock that they could not hide. This move was basically invincible among those of the same rank, and it was not something that a 2-star martial emperor's giant spirit divine ability could withstand. As the giant true devil was suppressed, Yunxiao's body suddenly tightened, as if he was bearing an infinite force and carrying a mountain on his back. He roared in anger, and rays of golden light burst out of his body, transforming into 3 heads and 6 arms. Each hand held a weapon, and one of his hands made a hand seal to guide the 11 northern heaven cold star swords. They took the shape of swords and pierced through the air. The sword ray cut into the nebula, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, only causing a ripple. Xianxia's face turned cold as he changed the incantation gesture in his hand. A sword talisman suddenly burst out in the air, growing larger and larger. 11 swords lined up in an array, and the terrifying sword chi grew stronger and stronger. Under the nebula vortex, the swords kept humming and trembling under the pressure. "Your sister!" "Damn it!" Xianxia cursed angrily. The heavenly sword chart, which had gathered 11 swords, could not withstand the falling style and gradually collapsed. Gritting his teeth, he raised the sunset cloud mirror and shone the mirror light at the man. The starlight and the mirror light collided, causing a ripple to appear on the sunset cloud mirror, and it let out a buzzing sound. Xianxia gritted his teeth and unleashed the sword force on the cold sword. Ancient Maha characters flickered out one after another, and an extreme cold air surrounded the sword, causing ice flowers to bloom. In front of the people from Beiming Dark Palace, he didn't dare to use his sword techniques. However, with his unparalleled sword intent, any technique he used could pluck the stars and chase the moon. Green Lotus Sword Song. Swish, he raised his sword, and an ocean of ice spread out in the sky. The cold air was like fog and smoke. Although it was cold, it was refreshing and gave people a sense of calmness. The coldness of the frosty sword was even above the dark north chi. However, the former was purely cold, cold to the extreme beauty, while the latter was extremely cold with extreme een, so cold that it made people tremble in fear. Ice flowers bloomed in the sky, as if the ice spirits of the snow country were dancing. Xianxia looked up into the sky and said, "100 flowers bloom." The ice flowers that filled the sky suddenly became sharp. The icy world of snow suddenly dissolved and condensed into an unparalleled ice sword essence. It rose into the sky and slashed into the nebula. Boom! The sea of starlight and clouds trembled, and the power of the vortex stopped. The entire sky collapsed. Boom! A strong blue light burst out of the nebula and split the vortex in half. Boom! Boom! Powerful explosions rang out one after another, as if a world had been destroyed. The entire sky was split into 2, and the powerful impact spread out in all directions. Boom! Both Xianxia and Beiming Zi were swept up by the aftershock and pulled into the crack in the sky. Even the 9th-grade battleship floating in the sky was affected by the impact. It rippled in the sky and was pushed back by the waves of power. Beiming Zi was completely stunned when he saw the crack in the sky. He only came to his senses when he was sucked into the crack. He hurriedly used his essence force to protect his body and tried to break the world with a punch, trying to rush out. Boom! However, his punch seemed to have hit an iron plate, and it was all jolted back. The sound of bones cracking came from one of his arms, and a part of it was actually shattered. What? Beiming Zi suddenly gasped. To his horror, he found that beams of golden light were gradually emerging in front of the fist beam, and Xianxia's shadow was slowly condensing. The two of them stood in the dark crack, facing each other coldly. Beiming Zi was shocked and said angrily, "Hurry up and get out of the way. If the crack closes, you and I will both be finished." A cold look flashed across Xianxia's face as he said sarcastically, "It's just a crack in the sky. Why would Beiming Buggy be afraid of it?" "You know nothing," Beiming Zi roared. "If the sky closes and we can't find the correct coordinates, we might be lost in the void forever, never to return." "In that case," Xianxia said lazily, "I'll have to hurry up and kill you." "Ha, impudent! You're actually afraid." Beiming Zi roared in anger, finding it extremely comical. Even though it was impossible to break his "my life is over," he never thought that his opponent would have the courage to kill him. He never had such a thought. But as soon as he spoke, he immediately stopped. The cold sword once again exploded with cold air, turning into balls of blue light in the dark cracks. Boundless sword intent rippled out from the sword, even more than the previous sword. Bai Mingzai's heart trembled and he said in fear, You actually held back in that sword attack just now. This time, not only was his mind in a daze, but an inexplicable fear also spread in his heart. Although the power on the sword was not as strong as before, the strength of the sword intent was something he had never seen in his life. You're so silly. Bai Mingzi was so shocked that he barely managed to spit out a word before he saw a pair of eyes as red as the moon, which were extremely demonic and bright. After that, he felt a pain in his spiritual ocean and was momentarily dazed. He was stunned to see the appearance of the person in front of him change. The delicate and tender face turned into a handsome face with sharp edges. He seemed to have met him before. Arg! You're Ying Luo. Bai Mingzi instantly recognized the face, and an explosive pain exploded in his head. He clutched his head with both hands and wailed. But what made him tremble even more was the man's face, which he would never forget once he saw it. His courage and confidence suddenly collapsed at this moment. He no longer had the will to fight, and only wanted to escape from this place. His body trembled like a sieve. He held his head and looked around, only to see a pair of huge blood-red eyes hanging high in the dark night, looking at him coldly. It's him, it's really him. Bai Mingzian roared with all his might, but no one could hear him. The great fear had crushed his confidence and will, and finally his martial intent. The frightened face suddenly turned dull, and then he laughed foolishly. He laughed louder and louder and said, "Ha ha! Ha ha! It's him, it's actually him. He's actually not dead yet. Ha! Ha 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 ha!" The blood moon in the darkness gradually closed. There was a hint of disdain on Yunxiao's face. Just the image of his former face in the other party's mind had scared him silly. If he had known this, he would not have had to fight so hard. He raised his sword and slashed down. A blue sword light cut the crazed Baiming swamp in half. Outside the crack, everyone was looking at it in horror, holding their breath. Suddenly, a sword ray shot out from the crack. It was not very strong, but it cut a new hole in the sky. After that, Yunxiao's figure slowly emerged. He took a step forward and appeared in front of everyone. What was going on? Why is he the one who came out? Everyone was extremely shocked. The people around Baiming Lifeng were so scared that they kept retreating. A bad feeling was spreading in their hearts. Although it was hard to believe that Yunxiao had defeated Baiming Zi, the scene in front of them was an ironclad fact. They were all nervously looking at the crack, waiting for the other person to come out. However, the sky that was slowly gathering was constantly breaking their mental defenses. In the end, the crack in the sky closed on its own, and the figure that they had been waiting for did not appear.